Hello, hello, all audience. Can you hear me? Okay, I think I had my microphone on. Okay, so welcome to the Mixed Reality Convergence into the Metaverse World webinar, co-organized by HKEBA today. And I'm today's moderator, and I'm also the representative of HKEBA team. This material and event is funded by the Professional Service Advancement Support Scheme of the Government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Any opinions, findings, conclusions, or recommendations expressed in this material or any event organized under this project do not reflect the views of the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region or the Vetting Committee of the Professional Service Advancement Supporting Scheme. So this webinar aims to equip Hong Kong ICT professionals with knowledge on the latest digital transformation trends and implementation strategies. Also help ICT professionals on knowledge and understanding the technologies, use cases, trends, and application of mixed reality in the metaverse world. Special thanks to all collaboration supporting organizations under PASS for reviewing materials and approve that they are suitable for all the ICT professionals. So before the start of the webinar, let me introduce the background of our association. So we are HKEBA, stands for Hong Kong E-Commerce Business Association, and we are a non-profit organization. Our mission is to upskill Hong Kong SMEs to catch up with the digital transformation trend. Also, we hope to nurture a world-class e-commerce community in Hong Kong. So our projects are funded by the Trade and Industry Department and Vocational Training Council. At the same time, we have different associations, chambers of commerce, enterprises, and also e-commerce platform are our partnering and supporting organization. So you can see on the slide, such as WTIA, Asia Ray, Hong Kong Management Association, Shopify, and GoJoy Travel, etc. So at HKEBA, we have a wide range of offerings for corporate and individual members. We run local events such as seminar monthly, and we hope to share the latest and insightful information related to the marketing, innovative technology, and also the e-commerce platform related tips and also information, market information. So in the past few months, we have Adobe, Ricardo, SAP, Centralite, etc. This kind of corporate to do seminar with us. We also provide on-site tour or networking events for our corporate members. So we have brought our members to hospital authority and airport authority to check on their daily operations and what kind of innovation technology they are using in their daily operation flow. And we also have a regular networking events, maybe dinner, maybe luncheon. We will gather different specialists and talents from different industry. We hope to connect them and also help them to explore the potential for further business collaboration. And before COVID-19, we have held a lot of delegation tours, overseas tour to Thailand, Vietnam, and Taiwan. We will check out the local marketing technologies of different industries. We also provide you with useful tips and articles regularly. So you can follow us, our blog, and on our official website, we have different articles, tips for setting up an e-commerce platform, and the latest information about the industry on the innovation technology tools. We also have different industry expert advisor. They will share their experiences. So feel free to check out their works. We'll also promote some of our partners' events, some of the iconic events within the industry. So we also provide a consultation service and training courses. So the training scope ranging from e-commerce, digital marketing, CRM, coding and development, marketing automation, data science, cybersecurity, and also cloud application. So if you are looking for a digital transformation opportunities for your business, feel free to contact us through our website, and also you can follow us on our social media. And our staff will contact you as soon as possible. So if you are interested in our association and want to know more about us, please follow us on social media, our official website, and subscribe to our monthly newsletter. We'll regularly provide you with the latest practical skill tips and update you on the market trends and figures. If you have any inquiries, you can also email us to the info@hkeba.org. So I will have a 1 to 2 minute stop on this slide so you can scan and follow us on social media. Okay, thank you for following us on our social media and also subscribe to our newsletter. So let me introduce about today's webinar's objective. We hope to empowering Hong Kong's information and communications technology service through sharing the latest digital transformation trends and implementation strategies, enhance the standard and external competitiveness of Hong Kong ICT professionals by updating them on the latest trend and technologies in artificial intelligence, extended reality, and also the blockchain technology. So we'll talk about today's rundown. At 12:25 will be our first workshop, the part 1 workshop. We will introduction on about the topics, or also the technology on the mixed reality and also the metaverse world. And we'll talk about the application of augmented reality, virtual reality, and mixed reality. Some topics related to the blockchain technology in gaming, the opportunities or challenges on blockchain gaming integration, and followed by the Q&A and networking section with our guests. So we will then have a part 2 workshops, talk about some of the successful metaverse project and platform, issues regarding the rising trend of metaverse and GameFi, challenges for virtual gamings and blockchains. So for the part 3, the final workshops, our guests will talk about the convergence into the metaverse. How can they do it? How can it be do it? And she will have some case sharing and also some studies of the mixed reality and metaverse. Provide a perspective from an online and offline architect on the metaverse, and also share her opinions on the future trends and what's next. And we will then follow by a HKE-based summary to summarize today's content, and also please fill in a feedback survey to drop your comments or feedbacks related to the webinar content and also the arrangement. So let us know if you have any opinions. Your feedback will help us improve the upcoming events arrangement and content. Okay. So let's introduce 3 of our guests today. So David, the game producer from Shamrock Studio, Phil, the Chief Marketing Officer from Leprechaun.io, and Veronica, the Metaverse Architect from Future is Made. So we'll talk about some of their backgrounds. David is a creative self-starter with a passion for applying modern technology to improve human experience. He has over 15 years experience in maximizing value of products and implementing new solutions. David is well experienced in product development, product and digital marketing, strategy design, and operations. After working at several gaming development studios, David has decided to open his own gaming production studio and deliver his passion in gaming with his team. So for our second speaker, Phil Ingram is a senior executive with 30 years of experiences in the travel, technology, AR, VR, and blockchain-related gaming sector. He specializes in providing strategic marketing, digital and social marketing, operations and process management, and strategy implementation. Phil is now working in Leprechaun, a community-owned and governed prediction games platform that allows takers, developers, and gamers to enjoy the benefit of DeFi in a gamified way, backed by a vibrant community in which all participants are rewarded for their positive contributions and interactions. Veronica is the Metaverse architect of Future is Meta. Future is Meta is a group of architects and product designers from leading global design houses with a history of designing buildings across all scale and typology types, from temporary pavilions to urban master plans. By collaborating with artists and engineers, we can adopt a special approach via the Metaverse. Our diverse perspective, interconnected expertise, and creative backgrounds allow them to explore at a scale and design never realized before. Veronica holds working experience from some of the top art firms, such as Henning Larsen, RMJM, and UN Studio. She bridges the world of online and offline of the Metaverse. So let me do a short introduction before we introduce our first guest out. So when we talk about GameFi and Metaverse, what are their relationship to each other? So in traditional gamings, the ownership of items belongs to the original game developer, means that player only have the right to use them, but you are not actually owning their assets right. As a result, the game developer possesses considerable control on that. In GameFi, smart contracts make this exchange innovative, and the owner possesses the property right of the items now, especially the digital items, maybe the NFT. So even game officials cannot bypass the blockchain and tamper with in-game data. In-game items now are offerings can be exchanged and interchangeably under the equivalent and just value. So makes the economic system authentic and reliable. GameFi also offers a tremendous value in the development of Metaverse world in terms of economic and also social level. So let's welcome the professional specialty of blockchain and AR gaming today, David, the game producer of Shamrock Studio, to share with us. So David, please.
Hello everyone, this is David here, glad you're here. So today we will talk a lot about games, we will talk about blockchain, NFTs, Metaverse, and augmented reality. So let's start right now. Blockchain and augmented reality games. So you probably heard a lot about Metaverse, so we're going to start with Metaverse. Then I will explain to you that Metaverse is connected to blockchain, on why blockchain is so good for games, and also what are the challenges for blockchain today in the gaming world. And at the end, I will show you a fantastic games that Shamrock has on its portfolio, Get the Cat, a fantastic augmented reality game. So let's start with the Metaverse. So probably many of you have heard about it, especially since Mark Zuckerberg from Facebook mentioned that the new name of the company is Meta. So the big question is, Meta, what is a Metaverse? So we will talk about this. Why is a Metaverse? What are the trends of the Metaverse? What the Metaverse looks like? What is its value? And actually, who's actually making it happen? Okay, so let's start with the Metaverse. So the Metaverse is like is a really broad word, but this thing has been around for quite a long time now. So the metaverse is basically the time you're spending every day on the digital world. Okay, so obviously game has been part of the metaverse for quite a long time. Everyone has been playing with their friends on World of Warcraft, Fortnite, Apex Legends, Call of Duty, League of Legends have already been playing on the metaverse. It starts simply by you being on your WhatsApp, asking your friends, okay, let's play together in the virtual world. So when you log in with your friends, you have a microphone, you have your avatar. So the avatar part is really important because you have to buy equipment for it, skin, costumes, clothes, and then this avatar is your representation of yourself in the game. So basically in the metaverse, this is what the metaverse is like. So why is the metaverse? It already been there, but right now there's a way to shape a structure around it, to monetize it. There are 7 layers we need to reach to get to the ultimate metaverse. So I will explain to you what it looks like. So the metaverse, it's so many things at the same time. We have already some tools that allow people to work together without being in the same room. This is being part of the metaverse, having a virtual whiteboard when you can brainstorm, when you can share ideas, or simply having activities with your workmate. This is being on the metaverse. There's so many places for that. So we talk about social interaction, creative expression. Social media is already part of it. So it seems really broad, but it's extremely well structured. There are 7 layers to get there. So the foundation of the metaverse, we have it already, the internet. When we can access it with 5G, the incoming 6G, the internet itself getting faster and faster, but mostly reaching more countries all around the world. Then, okay, we have the foundation. How can we connect people to it? We already have the technology for it. Our mobile phones are perfect pitch for that. Smart glasses, everything that connects people like XR, HoloLens, Magic Leap, phones, virtual reality headsets. It doesn't matter which platform. It can be PC, it can be PlayStation 4, 5. It's what connects people to a human interface to the infrastructure. Then we need obviously a blockchain. So blockchain allows all this technology to be decentralized. Okay, I will give you more details about it. And we need after that everything to build it. So 3D engine. So all the tools we have now, like Unity, Unreal Engine, allows game developer to already build application on games for the metaverse. Multitasking user interface. So it's a little bit like Tom Cruise in some science fiction movie, Minority Report, moving his hand or moving different things on the virtual space. Geospatial mapping. So anyone who plays Pokemon Go knows that actually being able to track a phone for GPS or QR codes is a great way. It's a great way to enjoy the metaverse as well. On the mini application like Mapbox, allowing Unity developer to create such application. Design tools, asset marketplace. Obviously, the metaverse is a great place to exchange trade items. We are talking about NFTs. And at the moment, I would say on the internet, we have great platforms like Amazon, eBay, but we need the equivalent on the metaverse to let people making money from this platform on the experience itself. So that is the most interesting part. Games, esport. So we have games today that let people, players, making money on Twitch, for example, on TikTok. And it will go further, letting people winning items in the games. So esport is basically competitive games. Everyone play against each other. The winners get a prize. And this prize can be anything, but it can be traded, it can be shared, it can be sold. So many things can be done with it. And that is something very important in the metaverse. Not to mention that everyone can be an architect of it. It means you can basically have a space, a store, when you can display everything you sell. And that is something extremely important today, because that's not something we have. Why that? So this is a big trend for the metaverse, okay? Virtual mainstreaming. Oh, this is what we're doing now. Virtual workshop, atelier. Just having your kids being on Zoom with their teachers learning is already somehow a part of being the metaverse. Machine intelligence. So that is a big thing. Think about it. Blockchain with machine learnings, creating models, making artificial intelligence even smarter. So that's something that's going to grow. Simulating reality, yes, just like Matrix, being able to simulate an environment that looks like the world we're living in, but in another place, a virtual place. And this is something we can have now because we have everything interconnected, able to teach a machine new behaviors, new tricks, new skills, a machine that can learn every day. So so many things happening here. So we go step by step. The core thing is that we can see a whole garden ecosystem. So this is something that might change, that will change in the future. Right now, the internet, okay, moved from the version 1 that was extremely static to the version 2, which was Web 2.0 with marketplaces like eBay, Amazon, social networks like such as Facebook. But basically, this internet is already owned by big companies. We can see this a little bit now on blockchain, world garden ecosystem, meaning the closed environment leading users in one direction, but everything will be interconnected at some point. Okay, so we have NFTs marketplace for each chain, that all of them in the close future will be all interconnected. So the main challenge will be how people can make applications. So we can see the rise of all these no-code platforms, and that will come for smart contracts for blockchain. And the biggest challenge, so basically what it means, the biggest challenge is, okay, how to create this application, what kind of application is everyone can do it. Everything we're learning from Web 2.0 will be used for Web 3.0, which is blockchain, and local platforms will rise for everyone. On that lead to blockchain adoption. That's the biggest challenge, making sure everybody understands what is blockchain, what is the difference with Web 2.0 is one of the biggest challenges. But by making all new websites more user-friendly, easy to use, everyone will be able to access it. So come back to games. You might see some from time to time the word GameFi. So GameFi is the ultimate bridge between blockchain or video games. GameFi means game finance, and is bringing basically all the best from what we can see in the financial world to video games. So how players can make money or having like a more connected, being more connected to their games, I would say, it's through NFT. So blockchain allows NFTs. So NFTs can be anything, game asset, it can be like a t-shirt, it can be glasses, you put on your avatar, it can be part of your car in the metaverse. All of this can be earned in a game, but at the same time, it can be sold on an NFT marketplace, which means you earn something in the game. If you find one of a really rare collection of items, you can sell it, and it means you can start making money from it. So the real future will be having items that you own on the marketplace. Doesn't matter what happened to the game, you own this item and you can still sell it. So there are so many advantages of blockchain technology for games, and that is the more we will be exploring all the opportunities, the more those games will be different from what we see now. So right now, how the game is working. A game developer designed a game, build it, putting on server, putting on different app stores like iOS, Apple App Store, Google Play, Steam, Epic Store. And the game is maintained. Okay, everybody plays the game. But if the game goes down or the company closes, the game is gone and all the assets you get will disappear. So basically, all those game studios, we're selling items because it's cosmetic, it brings real value to the game and to the players, but this is something that will change. So integrating gaming profile, obviously, we will have new currencies. Everyone can buy and can be selling the items for Bitcoins, Ethereum, or any other alternative coins. The system will be secure. So you heard a lot about, I guess, MetaMask, all these crypto wallets. This is where everything is safe. And because it's decentralized, it cannot be hacked. And that is a fantastic thing compared to what we have now, where players can get their account hacked just because of the login and password itself. So everything will be stored on blockchain. Resource trading and rewards. So again, we're coming back to it. Right now, you earn something in the game. When the game is closed, you lose everything. But blockchain games allow everyone to get items again. They can trade them. The same, the game gives you rewards, you can trade them, but at the same time, all achievement can be attached to your profile on blockchain, meaning if you're really good at the game or many games, everybody can see it. Control over your favorite game apps. So again, there will be governance, letting players vote what should be the next feature for the games, what should be added, what should be removed. Instead of for game company just to go on their social network asking players how they feel about the game, everyone will be able to vote thanks to blockchain on their smart contracts. So again, this is community governance. On global payments, one currency to rule them all, we can have that. It means we just like, I would say, accept multiple currencies that basically are attached to blockchain. So it can be Ethereum, anything that works on blockchain is good enough. So how it works, few things don't change. The foundation is making a great game. Before anything else, I would say, before blockchain, before crypto wallet, before cryptocurrencies, the most important part is to give players, the best experience of their life. So designing a great game, that's the first thing to do. It has to be simple, accessible to everyone, easy to learn, hard to master, just a simple, fun experience. Then, again, you need to think about the community. So decentralized doesn't mean it's automatically for everyone, but the community, everyone in the community must have a voice. Everyone should be able to access the developers and telling everyone, okay, this is what I am expecting from the game. This is how I think it should be fun. Okay. On the economy, so we talk about crypto wallet, we talk about cryptocurrencies, we talk about NFT marketplace. All of this seems a bit complicated. It doesn't have to. The game economy has to be extremely simple. Today, most websites on Web 3.0 use MetaMask, but I think the future will be like more custodian wallet when you just log in with simple login like Facebook or your email, and you have access to your profile on blockchain with access to your currencies, all your NFTs, all in the same place, one profile connected to all your games. This is what I'm working on now, and I think that's something huge that will come in this year. Okay, so NFT. So for those who don't know, it means non-fungible tokens. Okay, every asset is unique. And blockchain allows you to tokenize your in-game items. So in-game items, what can it be? For everyone who plays online, it can be a new dance, a new music, a new skin, a new voice for your avatar. If you have a car game, it can be anything, the windshield, the color. If you want flame on the side, that can be an NFT. On all of them, they have attributes. On attributes is all in the smart contract. So the smart contract is a code inside your NFT. It can allow you to access some specific area in the game. You can be like in the map, seeing a castle, but if you don't have this very specific NFT, you cannot access it. On this NFT, you can play the game together, but if you feel a little bit like in a rush, you can go on the marketplace and buying it from another player. So the key element is this NFT is on blockchain. It means it's not owned by the game developer. Right now, today, if you play Fortnite, everything you get in Fortnite, everything you buy in Fortnite, you can play with it, but it's not owned by you. If the game goes down, all of this is gone. That's one key thing. Right now, on blockchain, you control all of these assets. They're yours. So, open markets, what does it mean? All these items, all these tokens, you collect money, currency in the game, they work just like real world currency. Their value can go down, can go up. So obviously, for you, for players, there's a strong incentive there. It means you can be waiting for your items to have a very high value to start selling it. Or you can just try to find a good bargain on the marketplace to get the item you've been waiting for a long time. So what does it mean for developers? It means that they can also create a new economy when there will be 10 items for Chinese New Year, and those items will be available for 1 week, and after that, no more. So if you have a skin of a tiger, of a dragon, and everybody can buy it only for 2 weeks, everyone really loves this item and come in the game later, we'll be able to buy it only from players. All these items will have a strong collector aspect, they will have rarity, and they will have their value going up and down, just like a basic stock trading market. And that is something that will change the economy. Money will not only come from ads, it will not only come from sponsorship, but will come by the assets themselves in the game. So put some example here. Gaming, so 3D shooters. So when we talk about 3D shooters, I'm talking about Call of Duty, which is, we can say, a really metaverse game. All the weapons in it, the knife, the bow, can be NFT, and whole can have a different design. When I see Brass Brick, a little bit like Minecraft, that is really like Sandbox. Sandbox is a game when players basically design games, and they can have different, very rare game assets to build houses, to build streets, characters, giving attribute to those NPCs, so non-playable characters, when they can fence, they can run, they can fight with you. All of these can be NFT. Counter Sniper, again, Call of Duty. So another key thing is every game developer is trying to create a massive network of games and wants all players to play only their games. The multiverse and the metaverse on all this blockchain technology will make all of this way more simple. Today, if you make a game, only one player is to play another game, you put ads between the two apps. Right now, in blockchain, it's already possible to buy one NFT that will work with multiple games. What I mean by that is you have a game, you get an NFT, let's say a hoodie, okay? And this hoodie is really rare. You have it in one game, but then you decide after 6 months, okay, I've been playing too much this game. Or the developer decide, okay, now it's time to move on or to develop another game because our players are a little bit bored with what we have. Then they will make those NFT, these assets, compatible with the next game. So you have one NFT, it can be a hoodie in a game like Minecraft. It can be the same hoodie, but with a different design in Fortnite. On this hoodie, it can be a shop in the same city games. So for what the advantage for that is for developers, first of all, they don't have to retarget everything. They just create a game, they create another one, and they create a third one, and they let all their community know that every NFT you have works with every single game. And that is something incredible because we never had that so far. Constantly pushing new games, then recreating a full economy around it. That's what the process so far. New game, new economy, new ads are absolutely not compatible with any games. That will change. That is something NFTs do now, but all the games coming up soon on blockchain will allow everyone to really enjoy this aspect. So developers, that's the thing. The economy right now is sitting in app purchases, okay? We have that a lot on mobile. If you make a game on Steam or Epic Store, you just sell the game with a full price. If you decide to have a game with maintenance on free, obviously so freemium, you need to sell, you create in-app purchases, meaning in-game currency, in-game items, in-game currencies to buy in-game items, and place ads. How is it working on blockchain? It's completely different. Again, as mentioned before, you want a network of gamers. You want to run a marketing campaign, get players, on keeping them from one game, and then transferring them to another game, etc., etc. In blockchain, to make money, you can have a marketplace. On this marketplace, what it means is we create assets, okay? So you're the asset creators. You sell it for the price you want. But the ultimate thing is, if somebody wants to buy this asset, okay, and sell it to somebody else, you will get a small cut. On this cut, you can decide, it can be 5%, it can be 10%. But every time somebody sells this asset to somebody else, you will get a small amount of money. So what does it mean? It means that for game studios, it's a lot less hassle. It's not like rushing to create new content all the time. It's creating quality content that players will be buying or will be happy to resell because there will always be someone to buy it. So less content with high value on any NFT marketplace that can be resell all the time. And being used this system as your main stream of revenue, okay? So again, that can be for everything. There are different kind of NFT, okay? Some of them, they can be like in a massive, big quantity, ERC 1155, but some of them, they're like one of a kind, that's really different, okay? Those ones, we can see already in some games special swords being sold for like hundreds of US dollar, thousands of US dollar. Now think about it. People buy those items, resell them, and you get a cut every time. Blockchain creation of decentralized NFT. So again, that's something that will come up. I don't think it will come up this year, but today we know that players, they decide for the economy. They get the NFTs, the item, they keep them, they sell them. But the other thing is there's strong governance part of it. And it means every player can also have a voice. Those NFTs, being part of this community of a game in blockchain, gives the right for everyone to have a strong voice, because they will have those NFTs, their currency, their tokens, letting them decide for developers what should come in next. Again, let's take an example. Many games have seasons. Every few months, they change the content, they create new rules, they introduce new characters, new avatars. And from there, they keep building the game. Moving forward, having a voice doesn't mean only to decide, okay, next time for the next version of the game, I would like to have a mountain or I would like to have a city. No, it will be, no, I want a different game mechanic. I want a game easier to play. I want a game with new goals. I want a new story in the game. I want a different music. I want the game to have another game in it. I want an adventure game with a racing game in it. Decentralized on having community will have a deeper meaning within the next few months than we have now. Everyone will be able to really decide, okay, this game is so good. Now I would love to have this on voting through the NFTs, through the tokens, what the game should be like. And I wouldn't be surprised that in 2-3 years, there will be like massive community of game designers voting all together what the next games should be like. I'm expecting to see new genre we don't have right now. So blockchain is a new technology. It's a little bit like the World Wide Web version 1, meaning not fast, a little bit like an elephant. It's not so easy to use, extremely static. It's like at the time when Alpha Vista was there were pages with text and pictures. You could click on some hyperlink leading to another page. Blockchain right now is much more than that. It's closer to the Web 2.0, which is basically eBay, Amazon, a lot of massive companies basically controlling the internet, but there are huge difference interaction. Okay, so this changes everything. Blockchain is not so fast, but it's getting faster and faster. It's not so easy because we have so many different side chains. It's not easy to remember which side chain is for what. You can hear words, Ethereum, Solana, so many names, but what chain, Liquid chain. It's not so easy to remember everything. And at the moment, there's a massive choice, but everything will change. Become cross-platform with marketplace interconnected. We can see that the gas fee, so sending items from one account to another one costs a little bit of money, and that can be something a lot of players don't really like because they never had this kind of issue with their PlayStation 5 or Xbox. So which is what we're going to talk about now. So the first thing is scalability. So when you have a game, any game, especially like an MMORPG, you try to build a community around, okay? You want to have millions of players playing together, having this great adventure when they can complete missions, getting new items, just having a good time together. All of this on blockchain requires a lot of power. You need a lot of PCs, you need massive network. And obviously, the bigger the network, the more expensive it becomes in gas chain, and sometimes can be slow. That's one of the issues every game developer on blockchain is facing right now. When you earn an item on blockchain right now, it takes some time, 10 seconds to come up your account. It's really hard to translate that to make it really simple for players, because usually when they get an item, boom, automatically this item comes up straight in the inventory. No time to wait. On their mobile, they win, they get their reward straight away. It's not always like this right now on blockchain. So it depends. Sometimes it takes 5 seconds, sometimes 10, sometimes 1 minute, sometimes 2. This is one of the challenge of blockchain right now. Not all of them work the same way. The blockchain is really fast, Ethereum is way slower, but that's something that will change in the future, of course. So lack of interest from gamers. Everyone is, give me a second. I'm upgrading my channel. Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry for that. I have a better chair now, a gaming chair. Okay, back in the game. So blockchain, NFT are kind of something really new for a lot of players. So players usually is a target audience extremely comfortable with new technologies. The thing is, they love their game just the way they are now. Blockchain is bringing a lot. But at the moment, if you say like NFT to players, they don't understand all the time. Hey, why do I need NFT in my game? I play only one game and I love it. It's the best game I have on the no NFT in it. So if you want to bring some change to my game, I want you to add more weapons, more music, more vehicles. I don't need to change anything else. So there have already been a lot of games coming up on the market. A few of them have been completed with blockchain, and we can see a strong hesitation for players to jump on it. And the main reason for that, I would say, is they were mostly focused on blockchain. In my case, so in my role now as a game designer, I want to think the other way around. Again, a great game. Blockchain is almost just like an add-on to it, something that will add value, but the way of picking should be first providing an ultimate good experience. By doing that, blockchain gaming, we get way more traction from traditional players, including hardcore gamer. On moving forward, everything related to esport gaming with high level of competition on blockchain, that will be like the top of the achievement when those blockchain games for pretty much like what we have now, League of Legends, Fortnite become blockchain. Okay. Again, the game is a core element. The most important part is having a great game, and that's how we can get back all the interest from gamers for blockchain. Poor user experience. So, okay, here's the thing. Right now, most of the time when you want to play, you must have some plugin on your Chrome browser, like MetaMask or Trust Wallet or any like crypto.com wallet, something that players don't really need for their game. This is something that will change. That's something that's actually slowing down right now all the industry for like blockchain games, but that will change with custodian wallet. More simple wallet, just like one button you click and you have access to your profile with all your NFTs in it, with everything you need for your game on any other game you play as well. Other challenge will be to make obviously blockchain faster or more obvious for everyone. Today it's a little bit slow, it's a little bit expensive when you transfer things, items, tokens from one account to another one. That's also a part of why the user experience is not as great as it is for traditional games. So for developers, that's the main focus. As a developer, I see a lot of potential, a crazy amount of potential for blockchain. First of all, these NFTs being able to keep the same players in a network of games. It can be racing games again, a shooter, a shoot them up, even a puzzle game, something like Candy Crush. It's heaven. Having to use blockchain for this is today more valuable, I would say, for game developers than it is for players. So the ultimate challenge is really to bring the best of what we have for traditional gaming to blockchain. So if all developers fully understand how we can really embrace blockchain in a way is traditional players can enjoy it, that will be like perfect. So again, big game studios don't really go on blockchain right now. They will in the future. We can see one big one, Ubisoft starting it. They been a little bit criticized for the ways they introduce NFTs, but because they're the first one, it's not so obvious. Okay, so the key element is having the game decentralized, having a good voice of the player for the games, but at the same time, a strong monetization, not only for the developer, but also for the players. Okay. So, augmented reality games. At Shamrock Studio, we have developed one. So, augmented, so most of the time it's called AR, so AR games. The first one, which was extremely popular, the first massive one has been Pokemon Go. So when this one has been released, Nintendo released Pokemon Go, hundreds of millions of players been playing this game, running the streets, trying to gather all these Pokemon. It was already a very metaverse game. Going in the virtual world, catching monsters, that's perfect. But what would be even more perfect if it was possible for players to trade, to sell, or to buy some monsters they were missing, or adding some extra layer of game design, letting people unlocking content in Pokemon Go through NFTs. So AI is is it new? Not really. AI is extremely popular, but it has been around like for more than 5 years right now. On all the new phones with very precise camera, the GPS, really embrace AR for many, not only games, but for different applications. It's good for architecture, it's awesome from placing items. You can see apps like IKEA using it. So before buying a sofa, you can place it in your room. In our case, we did a game, I will show it to you. We decided to have a game that let people place an entire room on the table. So why AR is a perfect bridge for blockchain? Basically, two things. AR works on mobile, everybody has mobile phones. Then there is enough technology in it to run AR games, something simple to use. You don't need a controller, you just need your phone. Bringing it to blockchain is a good way to reach almost everyone on the planet. Obviously, the trick is AR games require you to have new game mechanic wherein players have to literally move physically the whole body or their hands. So right now, one of the best way for every developer to use to implement AR technology on their game is to use AR Foundation from Unity. Why this one? Apple has its own solution, AR Kit, and Google Play has its own AR Core. If you create a game and you want to push it to both platforms, so also both marketplace, Apple Store and Google Play, you must create two different apps. With AR Foundation, you don't have to. You have one SDK, you use it in Unity, it works for both. You develop one time with a little bit of iteration for iteration, but really tiny things. And then you can export it for Google Play on the Apple App Store. And it's extremely simple to use. It's always the same thing. You move your phone, you scan a really clean surface, and from there you can place anything you want. On all those things, there will be game assets. You scan the surface, when it's done, you place your item. So let's play a bit. I will show you Get the Cat. So Get the Cat is the first AR game from Shamrock Studio. So why cats? Because anybody likes cats. It's a game when we have two things in it. We added AR games, but also a little function when everyone can collect cats and play with them, feeding them and having a blast. So the main challenge for this game was to recreate rooms. So we wanted to provide a really big experience, just like for kids who used to have like a dollhouse when they could check in details what to do in it. But the other thing is, we wanted to have a game when you have to move physically all around the table to find all the cats in it. So Get the Cat is a hidden object games. It's the first one in augmented reality. It's absolutely in 3D. All you have to do is looking at items, activate them, finding the cats in it, and when you get all the cats, so there are 4 per room, you can go to the next level. Let me show you. When you start, you have 4 rooms. You place the room in the table. And when it's done, you click on next. You can resize. You rotate. And when you're happy with your position, you just start. So this is the first level. So when you get close to a cat, you will be happy. On your phone will vibrate at the same time. Now you can go to the next level. And living room, bathroom, bedroom. So all the movements can be done straight from your phone, touching the screen. And the cats are here. Yes. So we really wanted to make the game as simple as possible. Augmented reality is a very efficient technology, but there are not so many games using them. Sometimes to find them, you need to find other items, like the remote control to switch on the TV. Sometimes you need to open some boxes, but you can get hint by watching ads. Only the level 1, there's so many levels in the house. The further you go, the more challenging it is to find all the cats. Bathroom is quite challenging. So one of the things is, you will see, but you can really move all around the table to find the cat, and you have to move physically. Oops, where's the cat? So obviously we put a timer for each session. The feature of Get the Cat is to connect it to blockchains. What it means, you see all these objects, they will be objects everyone will be able to collect, to put them in the marketplace and to trade for other objects on decoration to play with their cat. So as you can see, it's a very efficient technology, extremely stable, it doesn't shake. It's easy to find the cat. Let's try again. So when you find a cat and get the cats, you can play with it just like Nintendogs. If you find food, you can feed your cat. If you find toys, you can use it to play with your cat. Obviously, you have to look like everywhere. Some items are active. You can remove them. You can open them. It's a fully interactive game. As you can see through the window in the game the same way you can see. Hey, where's the last one? Okay, so this is Get the Cats. How to beat an AR game? So again, you have to use different, like an SDK. So for AR condition that we actually be using all the other SDK at once. And that's pretty much it. Do you have any questions? So that's basically what we have for everything. Okay, so it's a break. Okay, so thank you so much. I will be there for I'm here for all your questions.
Yeah, I think before the Q&A, let's have a 5 minutes toilet break. So we have to set up the venue again. So save your question Any question, especially you want to ask David, so you can ask it after 5 minutes in our Q&A sections. Thank you. See you later. Okay, hi guys, hi all on our audience. So welcome back. We hope you have a happy toilet break and water break. Okay, so we'll now have the Q&A sections. So feel free to drop any questions you want to ask David in regard of his content or anything on the trends of the AR, VR, MR gaming or the metaverse issues, topics. You can just ask David. So, okay, I want to ask, I have some questions on hand that
Okay.
I'm myself is quite interested in. So what are the challenges of like for the whole metaverse gaming things?
So all the challenges can come from the technology itself right now. Blockchain is not really fast.
Yeah.
It's costly. It means every time you do a transaction, it costs money. Right now, on traditional gaming, we don't have this issue.
Yeah.
So we're trying to catch up with blockchain. And that's actually just the two main challenge we have now. Everything about the user interface is getting better because right now, when you want to spend money in the game, you need to have a crypto wallet. On your crypto wallet is where you have all your tokens, so basically your cryptocurrencies, but also where you have all your game assets, aka NFTs.
Yeah.
All of this needs to be like integrated to the game, not a different app. Now it's two different things.
But will running games, blockchain gamings, will it have a high requirements on the networking speed or any other issues on that?
The network speed is just by the nature of technologies. It's a little bit like torrent. You need to transfer data from different devices, computers, servers, and all of this takes time. It's not centralized, like one server on everything is coming from the server, it comes from multiple servers.
Yeah.
Which is impacting the speed. So it's still internet, but there's some work to be provided now to make it like faster.
Yeah, not a huge issue among all these
No.
limitations. Okay, so how players will be playing in 5 years, especially when now we talk about so much about the virtual reality or the augmented reality technology.
Yes, so virtual reality is a massive thing for one big reason. So why reality is a big thing? It's just like this game Get the Cats. These technologies are extremely easy to use.
Yeah. Just drag and drop.
Exactly. You don't need to learn how to use a controller. You don't need to learn how to use a keyboard on mice. Just like use your hand. So what was blocking VR so far was the fact that when you were in this virtual world, you were numb. You couldn't sense things. If you touch something in the virtual world, you couldn't sense, oh, I'm grabbing an apple. Am I really grabbing an apple or not? This thing is changing because haptic technology is taking over. So the PlayStation 5, the controller is haptic now. So this thing is going to go mainstream. Everyone will be like Ready Player One. So we have like some t-shirts, hoodies. On when somebody will be like touching you in the virtual world, you will feel it in the real world. I believe
immersive experience, right?
Absolutely immersive. The scary part is, I think in 5 years that will be like the new normal. No one will say blockchain. It will be like, oh, I'm going to play a game online. That's it. But what is scary is I think it will be so good that some people might just want to stay there.
There's an issue come with the innovative, the disruptive, especially for disruptive.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So asking some of the audience questions now. Okay. What's your favorite game and why?
That's a really good hard question.
We talked about it before the start of the webinar, but let's stay with to talk about it.
I love Apex Legends, but I also like Fortnite. I love Fortnite because the game is cross-platform, so it's already decentralized.
Yeah.
So I have friends, they don't like PlayStation, but they have a mobile phone. So they can play from their mobile phone. And I have friends, they just like their PC. They use their PC for playing, for working, it's everything for them. So I can play with four of my friends at the same time.
Yeah.
One is on his mobile phone, the other one is on PlayStation, the other one is on PC, and we are all in the same team, playing against the rest of the world. On that, I love it.
But like I a question pop up in my head. So with different devices, so how can the maybe the interface or the actual gaming the controller different things, how can they synchronize in different?
So that's a really good question. So the game is actually the same on every platform.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say Fortnite is a beautiful game, but it's not the most beautiful one.
Okay.
But for someone on the mobile, they just can play
Yeah.
like with the touch screen. And somebody on PlayStation can just use the DualShock from Sony. If you play on PC, it's a keyboard and mouse. So only the controls are different, but the game is exactly the same.
Yeah.
So on this game, I love it, and I'm hoping that we have a chance to design similar games on blockchain now. That's my goal.
Yeah, we look forward to that. Yeah, I think it's quite interesting. Talk about the sensitivity of different devices.
Yes.
Yeah, when you're using mouse or using console, I think that's a quite interesting topic. Okay. How do you estimate the price or cost of the AR or VR or XR project? You ask the right questions to the right person, the game producer.
That's a question coming up to me almost every month now. So first of all, it's about like the concept. So when I mean the concept is it like an app for a shopping mall, or is it a game, or is it? It depends on what you want. So from the, what it means, it means if it's a simple game, maybe you don't need a server.
Yeah.
So you can already remove that. Maybe it's something. Let's talk about VR. If you tell me, oh, VR works on mobile phone. And I've seen that a lot. I see some traveling agencies using VR on their phone to show the place they want their tourists.
We have another case like the Ricardo properties. They lease out the flat or different buildings, and they use the VR to show to the customers the actual view of the flat.
Yes, that's a good way to show something before it's being built. But if we talk about a game, then it's different dynamic, because showing an apartment on VR is okay, you just move your eyes. But if it's a game, then you need to have some control. Are we use a PlayStation Move, any device to move objects in the virtual world, or can we just use the controller of the PlayStation? It depends. So that will add some. Obviously, the more feature you have, the more expensive. I would say if it's a game, you don't need a server. It's going to be cheaper. But then it depends on the platform. Is it PlayStation VR? Is it mobile phone VR? It really depends on the platform.
Okay. Varies in the platform and also the spec you need for the project.
Yes, XR is kind of more expensive usually because of the technology behind. HoloLens is more expensive.
Okay. Do like Shamrock Studio has any XR project yet?
So yeah, we work on that. Because we already have a good expertise on AR. So for us to bridge to XR, it's not so complicated.
Yeah,
really.
not so complicated. Okay. Okay, where does AR and VR tech merge, and what other technologies do you think will merge and why?
So
the MR we talk about.
So AR, VR will merge. I would say with application like similar to TensorFlow. So TensorFlow is the tool for machine learning on AI, because we talk a lot about stimulated reality.
Yeah.
So we have to keep in mind, again, the game experience is a core foundation of everything. The game has to be fun, but most of the time, the rules have to be similar to the rules we have here. What I mean is, Grand Theft Auto is a great game because you have cops in it.
Yeah.
So if you do something bad, you know the cops will run after you.
Yeah.
So we need a game able to learn from the real world.
The actual logic of the world.
Exactly. And to apply these rules in the virtual world when everybody will be safe, but also everybody will have rules to respect. On if they break the rules, they have to run, or they have to find a solution. They need to think a lot. So machine learning AI will merge with VR for sure, but also moving forward blockchain. On all of this, I believe in 10 years, if we have like really strong like quantum technology in place, it will be like a matrix, literally like a matrix.
Okay, so
security and privacy.
Yeah, which one you prefer? Okay, what are your thoughts on security and privacy on AR and VR? I think mainly because like some of the VR AR has to like incurs the biometric data. I don't know, like the lens or the the facial.
I would say the biggest challenge was always, I mean, you might have seen so many videos on YouTube of people playing on VR, hurting themselves against the wall or the TV. So that's a good question, because usually when I was starting playing VR in my apartment, I used to put a lot of things around me so I don't hit anything. I was so afraid of hitting my head against the wall. So, but now those devices, if you buy an Oculus Quest, you have a button with two cameras in front of the headset, and you can see outside of the headset, which is great because, again, everybody has to be able to use VR, and that includes parents. So how can you play a VR game if you cannot keep an eye on your kids at the same time? So being able to switch quickly, okay, my kids are here, or the kitchen, nothing is burning.
That's quite user-friendly.
That is super user-friendly. And then now we can see more sensors, meaning like if you're close to an object, you get a signal, just like your car when you try to park it. So all of this has been designed to make sure that nobody gets hurt. And also, not only you, but also people around you, so they don't get punched in the face because they're fighting someone in the virtual world.
That's interesting to hear about. Okay. Oh, but I have one question pop up in my head. So, I think Channel Studio now have a lot of projects.
Yes.
So will there's clients sometimes talk about how can you like governance on the data or the privacy we offer that's generate during the games, like any rules or any protocol for us to governance this kind of privacy issue data?
So the nature of blockchain is anyone's anonymous. So that's the nature of blockchain. It doesn't mean because it's decentralized that it's a kind of open source freestyle non-privacy hell. Absolutely not. It's everyone, actually no one has a name on blockchain. All you have is a line of code. Line of code, numbers with letters. If you want, you can attach a name to it, but you don't have to. So everything on blockchain, everything is encrypted. It cannot be visible to transaction are visible, yes, but everything like date of birth, because that's actually what people want to keep for themselves. Today, I would say like, no, you cannot have a driving license or this kind of document on blockchain because there are so many important information in it. Your address, your date of birth, those things are not there. But all you can see is the transaction. Oh, this guy, he bought this. On
transact to me and then transact to her.
Exactly. And that's how we know all of this is not fake. Because it's public.
I think especially when everyone can check on those transactions. There's no way you can.
Absolutely. That's what makes blockchain a great tool for
beauty on the blockchain.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, this audience has a lot of questions. Okay, so we answer it one by one. Okay, what sort of internet will power Metaverse?
In fact, the current internet we have right now is good enough.
It's good enough.
It's good enough on not everywhere, but Not everywhere because, okay, my feeling is that rich countries, they have a really fast internet. I mean, in Hong Kong, the internet is really fast.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I don't think it's the same speed in other countries. So that gives some limitation. That's one thing, but blockchain is running at different speed somehow. You can, when you do a transaction, usually you can decide of your speed. And as long as we have a blockchain that with a network, more servers, more PC running it, it will be okay. So what we have now is good. I would say the only difference that make all of this better for the metaverse is the fact that on the phone now, we can run things really fast. I mean, like I was developing apps on the phone like 10 years ago. It wasn't that good. It was lagging. It was crashing all the time. There were so many bugs. You had to have the perfect codes. Today, those phones are like PlayStation 4, and they are so tolerant of bugs. You can have a game with 1-2 bugs, it still works. It works with any kind of internet.
Improves that a lot.
Yes.
But any cities you have been before that have very poor connections in terms of internet? Any big cities are still like lagging behind.
So no, actually, I come from Europe, so it's kind of fast. It's really, really fast. But I mean, like some part of Europe, you have like no city. To a village of 10 people. Yeah, you can sense that it's a bit slow. Yeah, it's really slow. They have one device in the church providing in the internet for the full village, and that wasn't fast at all.
They can't play games.
But what we have now, you can see, I can see like the sandbox, the Centround. So those are the company building the metaverse. And they're connecting everything together. Okay. You can buy a T-shirt on Sandbox and getting sent to you by post. The internet we have now is good enough for just building that.
I think that's crazy. We're merging into e-commerce.
Absolutely.
Okay. So second questions. So will the metaverse include data mining?
So data mining is a really broad thing, but I would say the answer should be somehow yes, because there's some things you can see through the transaction. Because you have some data like timestamps, so you can see when the transaction happened. So usually they tell you on blockchain when it happened, like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, but it's still a timestamp. So we can see that, but not so much, to be honest. So technically, yes, it's data mining.
It's possible.
Yes.
Not so common. Okay. How will the metaverse be incorporated into our current internet?
I wouldn't say incorporated. It's just like an upgrade. We need to think like in the 90s, we had the first internet, no Facebook, nothing. You can just go on the page, you click on the link. And then, so think about it, you have all this information website. You couldn't write an article and say something like, oh, this is a bad article. You couldn't say anything. You were just reading and you were happy to read it. Now you see an article on BBC, CNN, even YouTube, anywhere you can leave a comment. You can say something. So it just replaced the old newspaper with the new one. On the next one will be, everyone will be able to push new contents. So it's not incorporating, it's just replacing slowly. One example is YouTube, okay? Today you post a video explaining what happened somewhere or how to cook this. But if YouTube doesn't like it, they just remove it. You don't own anything. Now the next YouTube will be everyone will have their own content. They will push it there, but it's still a video. It will just be a natural transition from not owning anything to owning everything.
Especially when talking about owning things, I think of like really the NFTs. We are actually owning the properties of
this, yes. And you can see that with some new decentralized applications. There already is the next Spotify on blockchain called Audios. There are some companies working on first prototype of the next YouTube. So there will be a next version of everything we have now. There will be a next eBay, a next Amazon, a next WhatsApp. And what it means, people will own maybe all the conversation we had, you know.
It's funny to hear. Okay. Oh, I think this question is quite interesting. How will law and jurisdiction work in the metaverse? Like any law or jurisdiction?
I think there will be. Now is everything related to compliance is taking shape, and again, is to protect creators.
Yes.
Is to protect IP owners. So obviously, everything. There are a few things that won't change. Copyright infringement, trademark issues, all of this will still be here. And again, the good thing for NFTs is some people might tell you, okay, it's good for artists to make money, but yet we need to make sure that the right artists get the money. And I can see like
much differences will be compared to the actual work.
I mean, yes, and a lot of brainstorming is being done now. The other thing is, it's not so obvious because, again, blockchain is kind of anonymous, decentralized platform. It means it's not attached to one country. It's for everyone. So the way to regulate it is more global, it's different, more challenging. I don't think it's ready, it's absolutely regulated now, but it will be.
I think sometimes it's quite contradict for some of the people think that like maybe blockchain is decentralized, but we are now trying to do something like law and regulation, try to centralize things.
Yes, we still need to protect people. Because blockchain is as mentioned before, is a very hard product to promote because it's so new, it's really technical. And again, I believe in a few years, no one will say blockchain. We just say the same way we say now, nobody says I'm going to the internet. No, I'm going online. So again, the blockchain is just like the natural evolution of the internet, and people will still say, oh, I'm going to the internet, they will be on blockchain. But we still need to protect people.
Especially when you have to make it mass adoption, like regulate.
Exactly.
Involved in this process. Okay, so the final question for this audience. What will be the ultimate currency in Metaverse?
I don't think I don't think it will be. It will be like a change of shape, how the currency are working. Today, currencies are attached to countries. Okay, so in Europe we have euro, US dollar, Japan the yen. So according to where you are, you will use a specific currency.
Attached to that currency.
Exactly. The blockchain technology, you can have multiple currencies working in different chains. I don't think there will be only one. There will still be like a few, or some will have like differences. Again, it will be like another stock market. You know, some will go high, some will go down, or people will just be happy to trade. Or oh, now it's time to buy this one. It's going well. And they might have like some special features as well. If you can use only this currency in the game. If you use this currency in the game, you will get more than if you were using another one. I believe there might be this kind of tokens for specific utilities.
Is it like in the future, do you think there will be a stock market for different NFTs?
It's already like this.
Okay.
So basically, when you go on eBay right now, okay, you want to buy a new mobile phone. So, even better, a PlayStation 5, because it's really hard to get right now.
Out of stock.
Out of stock all the time. Okay, I think some people they have one. Yes. So he has one. Phil has one. Okay, me and no, I don't. Still trying to get one. So here's the thing: you put yours on eBay. Everybody, you can decide to give a fixed price, but you can also go for bid.
Bidding. Right?
Yes. So everybody will be bidding. You say, okay, everybody can bid for 7 days. Okay.
Yeah.
So people bid. Even though you list your PlayStation for 1 cent, after 10 days, maybe it will be like 10,000 US dollars. Okay.
God.
So because it's so hard to get.
Yeah.
So right now, if you had like a super rare NFT, okay. Yeah. So it's kind of some famous like CryptoPunk, you know, CryptoPeas, all of these. You can still list it on OpenSea, which is compatible with some chains like Polygon. You can just say, okay, this is the price, but everyone can bid.
Yeah.
For 7 days. And at the end, you just see how much is it.
Keep pushing up.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yes, there will be like this kind of system. There already this kind of platform now.
Okay, so you can still drop questions to us if you still have any questions for David. So
yes,
okay, I have questions. Okay, but my questions is kind of I think I want to know more about Shamrock Studios, like especially when I do the research, I saw the Get the Cat apps already.
Yes.
So, and any other like exciting project in front of you are planning, or
so
yeah, I want to know more about what kinds of limitations you are actually facing when doing such kind of project.
So not so many limitations now. We did a lot of research and development. So Shamrock Studio is a game studio. The main engine we're using is Unity.
Yeah.
Because it's a really good one. You can do really beautiful games. The main challenge was how to connect Unity to blockchain and how to make it really easy to use, not only for us as a developer, but also developer who want to join our network, but also working with us, because the key element is there are a lot of developers who want to make games, so we want to work with other developers, but we want to help them to connect to the blockchain. For us, in the pipeline, it will be purely arcade.
Okay.
So Get the Cat is mobile. We want to go mobile, but also like more mainstream platforms such as Steam, Epic in the future, on really arcade games like racing games like Fortnite. Obviously, everything battle royale, PvP, PvE. This is where we want to go. The goal will be the same, providing the best like 20 minutes to everyone. They come online, they play with their friends, they're happy.
Yeah, I mean PvP is quite attractive.
Oh, I love PvP.
Yeah. Sometimes it's quite, I wouldn't say boring, but you have to like spend a lot of time to study the story if you play a single player game. Yeah.
Single player we change as well, because now we have all this technology. Yeah. We can kind of in the future simulate a more like natural environment, just like what we have now, but in the game. That's what we want, is maybe tricking players to think they're playing the game, but actually the player is playing them.
Okay. So I will now at the same time open the chat room functions. Okay, so enable to all the online audience here. So you can, okay, let me click this. Okay, so you can now conversate with David through typing in the chat room, or if you still have any questions or something you're interested to chat with David, you can still insert here. Okay, so okay. Free to ask David. Very gaming specialist in Hong Kong. Yeah.
Don't be shy. Oh, no, thank you very much, Louis.
Yeah, you can. Okay, I can send it to you.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay, what do you think? Okay, questions from Lewis. What do you think, and what are the factors that will lead to the mass adoption for? We talk about AR and VR, or even like MR.
So mass adoption for AR already started. So our games, Get the Cat got quite a lot of players already.
Yeah.
But think about games like Pokemon Go. I would say like having hundreds of millions of users is already mass adoption.
Yeah.
VR, I would say it's first of all the device. I think they should be smaller, and also they should be everyone playing on VR should be able to play in a small room.
Oh,
Because not everybody can have a massive living room to play.
yes, yeah.
And especially in Asia. And the other thing is when everyone will be able to have like haptic gloves and able to sense objects in the virtual world, everybody will jump on it.
Yeah. I think sometimes when people also talk about Pokemon Go, I think what makes it so famous, despite of the IP of Pokemon, I think is really the game experience is good for the whole Pokemon Go.
The game experience was awesome. I still remember at the time I was
Like everyone on the street, like gathered together.
Absolutely, I was in Victoria Park and I could see everything, old people, young people.
Yeah, they have 10 mobile phones.
Yes, I'm talking to each other.
Yeah.
And it's not something you see all the time. After work, sometimes people stay a little bit isolated. Yeah. No, this time they were like, hey, I'm looking for this Pokemon. Oh, this place my Pokemon.
Yeah, go there.
Yes. So every game going to like connecting people, maybe strangers together is a great game.
So it's easy to play. I mean, for like even the old people.
That's the thing. AR is so simple. You don't need to learn anything. You just have to move the same way you move. Exactly. Use your eyes, and it's fine. So VR also the other thing for VR is right now it's most of the time it's an extremely like single experience. Most of the VR games are not connected to servers or blockchain. So it means you play your game on alone.
Yeah, those lightsaber, those music games.
Oh, Beat Saber. So obviously they're perfect for losing weight. And I'm training very hard myself. It works. Yes, you have your music, you move. After 1 hour, it's like going to the gym.
Yeah, like a VR version of Fruit Ninja.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So VR is great for that, because especially now with the pandemic, it's a great way to escape the real world on all its problems. You can forget everything for 1 hour.
Yes.
But somehow it will be better if it was with your friend.
Yeah, more players, gamers.
Yes.
Okay, Lewis. Is advertising in Metaverse a new way of making money? How can it be further?
So the Metaverse, let's take the example of the Decentraland. There's actually so many platforms right now for the Metaverse. I believe in the features that will merge. But right now, if I would have to advertise, you can still reach out to developers on the Metaverse. I keep thinking about like Snoop Dogg. So Snoop Dogg has done some craziness things on the sandbox.
Oh,
okay. So he did his virtual concert there.
Oh, the concert. Like Travis Scott also.
So Travis Scott, that was insane because he did that on Fortnite on also Ariana Grande. So it's different things, but having, I would say that in the future in the Metaverse, there will be this KOL able to not only it doesn't have to be like Ariana Grande, those guys are not KOL, they're like superstar, you know, but having really charismatic people able to design a game and also to create like a festival in it.
Yes.
And then if you can place your NFTs in it, because that's what you can, displaying them and letting people buy them, that's the best way.
Yeah. I think especially for like Snoop Dogg or Travis Scott case, it's like building a community in the matter.
For them, it was like an easy win. I mean, Snoop Dogg is super pro blockchain. So for him, it's like, hey, come and see me on the metaverse.
He's already famous.
He's already famous. He doesn't need to build anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a good way, I think, to advertise is putting your products in a game design around the products.
Yeah.
I would say if you sell, like, for example, like a can of beans, create a game about can of beans. A game entirely about the product. It's really easy now.
Yeah. If I can like shopping around in Metaverse, why I have to like go outside, right?
You can.
Yeah.
Just think about it. Can of beans, you get a can of bean NFT.
Yeah.
Then you go claim it, and the day
And
after,
they ship it.
yeah, they ship it to you.
Yeah. That's crazy. Okay. Okay, Vincent. Okay, what will the application layer look like for AR VR application? I think it talks about on the application.
So application layer, so my understanding is what will the application layer looks like for AR VR. So
maybe I try to twist the question. Any other like industry you think that should apply more AR VR?
it can be applied to every industry. I will say one example, okay? Starting with games, but today you can go on the Apple App Store and get the IKEA AR app.
Yes.
IKEA has nothing to do with games. It's just a store. But I would say if you decide to, I can see companies using AR for their employees for fixing cars. So they check with their phone all the references, and then the app is telling them exactly where they need to place what. That happened. And I strongly believe that in the very close future, I mean, in 1-2 years, there will be like people learning to be surgeon at the very beginning in AR. They will have a buddy on the table, just like my game.
Different
you have
training course.
Exactly. And with the haptic technology, being able to touch and to learn, just like the nurse when they learn to, with a syringe, like an orange, it will be the same, but with a full body.
Yeah.
So everything, medicine, architecture, games, obviously, so many, every industry, none of them will escape from AR VR.
Yeah, I heard of a case like they try to VR, so you stand on a very tall building, but it actually helps secure the panic of afraid standing in very high positions.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've seen that in some arcade room.
Yeah.
For people who have vertigo.
Okay.
Neuralink.
Neuralink in Sydney.
So this thing is great. So I think that's a really good question, and I don't think it's only for AR, VR, but I think games as a therapy, there will be something around the Neuralink because every game stimulates a part of your brain. Okay?
Yes.
And I know that some games help kids with some issues they might have. Anxiety, and some of them develop depression. Exactly. I've seen so many of these. When people are depressed, the reaction time is slower. So sometimes when they play, you can feel that, okay, they start to relax a bit and to be really immersed in the game. They start to forget the world outside.
Yes.
And to feel better. Obviously, Neuralink, which is connecting a device to your brain. I don't know if we're going to go like full chipset in your brain, but there might be something with brainwave connected to the game to make people feel better, I think.
Yeah. I think like gaming involves so many visual, and visual itself stimulate a lot.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think the final questions for Chris. Yeah. So we will enter the break on the successful factor.
That is a very extremely good question. First thing, if I just say, make a great game, that's too simple.
Yeah.
No, make a game that rewards people.
Yeah.
Players need to be rewarded. So you it doesn't mean like recreating something new. Sometimes it's just like just thinking
Reinforce something that
exactly. So make a game with a clear goal.
Yeah.
Reward players. Strong game economy. So everybody has the feeling that okay, if I put money in the game, I get more than what I was thinking I would get.
Yeah.
Then everything, game design is important. Game design is making the game not too easy to avoid boredom,
Yeah.
but not too hard to avoid frustration.
Yeah.
So it has to be in the middle with a beautiful learning curve.
I mean, so many games emphasize on paying to win.
Forget that.
Yeah.
No. Games are first of all designed to help people to relax.
Yeah.
I always think it's good to relax after work. Play your game, not something too aggressive.
Yes. Okay, so okay, we will end like okay. I think we try not to make the schedule too rush. Okay, so that's the end of David's networking sections. So thank you so much for David for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Yeah,
Thank you for
speak
inviting
for
me.
our online audience. I think they already informative in their head. Right? Yeah. Okay, so we will now have a 10 minutes break. So please be back at 2:15 and we will have our second speaker, Phil Ingram from Leprechaun IO to share with us. So, okay, so grab your time to take a break or have a lunch.
you have to take into account, as well as the technical challenges that are inherent in it. So I'm going to look at blockchain and some background, maybe some statistics on where we are. I'm going to look at press the wrong button. Going to look at gaming and do some comparative statistics so you can see how these two industries compare in size terms. And then we'll move on to the metaverse and we'll look at some of the ways in which they combine or merge together. And then we'll see where we go from there. So presentation starts, blockchain, games, and the metaverse. I think, oh, sorry, I've got to do the next. There you go. I thought it was just, right, yeah, that's me. So blockchain, games, and the metaverse. So first of all, let's actually look at blockchain and look at, sorry, I'm having some, sometimes I press the button and it changes slide, and sometimes I press the button and it doesn't. Anyway, apologies. Right, so where are we today? Sorry, I'm having trouble.
Okay, it takes time.
Yeah, sorry. Just forgive me. First time ever using this gadget, and it's being a little difficult. So, going back to the very basics here about a blockchain, you hear lots of terms such as DeFi, GameFi, NFTs, and various financing and staking and yield farms, centralized and decentralized exchanges. All of these are applications that are built on top of a basic technology, which is the blockchain. And at the end of the day, the blockchain is simply an irrefutable record of transactions that implies ownership or the transference of assets from one wallet address owned by someone who has the private key to another wallet address. And what makes the blockchain unique compared to, say, a database on a server is it is duplicated and distributed across multiple computers. The simple version is that if you transfer something from one account to another, you might see it waits for 15 confirmations. That means 15 nodes have said, okay, we'll take that. We agree that transaction has happened, and then over time it's duplicated across all the nodes so that it's transparent and can be read by applications such as Etherscan or BSC scan. The underlying point of this is that what we'll talk about in a minute is when we talk about the convergence of blockchain and gaming, it's not the DeFi or anything that's important. It's actually the underlying ability that blockchain brings and the additional play utility that blockchain could bring to games. We'll talk about things such as the transition to player economies, etc., in a minute. Where are we? Yes. Get that slide. Sorry. Interesting statistics, and we'll compare this to the gaming world in a second. There are only about 80 million blockchain wallets in existence in the world at this moment in time. Last year, that's probably gone up by 10 million in the past 6 to 9 months. That doesn't mean 80 million people are actively using blockchain for transactions. I myself have at least 10 active wallets, and I probably have another 10 wallets I've forgotten about that I've used in the past. So the actual number of people that are using blockchain in some way is, as a percentage of who could, very, very small. And by the same token, the revenue from blockchain technology is guesstimated to be around $20 billion by 2024. I bring these statistics up because we'll compare it to the gaming industry in a minute. The one I do like the most is that the FBI owns 1.5% of all Bitcoin. I think probably most of that is in forfeiture, but you know, if they ever sell, we'll see what happens. So Two of the biggest buzzwords in blockchain right now are the metaverse and video games or gaming. And in fact, all three of these things are converging together. The metaverse and blockchain, the metaverse and video games and blockchain, and all three. So this really is what we're going to start to look at as we go through the presentation. So first of all, we have the metaverse, which has seemingly come out of nowhere, although many of the better known examples of it, such as Sandbox, Decentraland, and recently Network or NetVRK. These have been developed for a very, very long time. But if you were working in the sort of crypto or blockchain industry just a year ago, no one was talking about metaverse the way they are now. It's happened very, very quickly. But we'll also we'll look at how this the metaverse interacts with the gaming world. We'll get there in a second. But before we do, we're going to look at video games. Now, by video games, I mean everything from games played on PC, on your mobile phone, on consoles, and if you're me, you do occasionally attempt to play games on a Mac. When it comes to blockchain, of course, most people think about finance. The most prevalent use case of blockchain until the advent of NFTs and the huge furore around those, but the most common discussion of use of blockchain is in decentralized finance. The interaction of your assets with a computerized staking contract or program instead of with a human being at a bank, and the ability to earn much higher yields, etc. by doing that. Someone dropped something. Don't do it again. But what we would argue is that the true first killer application for blockchain is not decentralized finance, which to date has generated about 80 million wallets, but would be the games industry, because if we get there, if we get to gaming, let's look at some numbers. I'm just going to... When I mentioned that the revenue from blockchain technology is estimated to maybe reach 20 billion by 2024, the revenue from video games is close to 10 times that this year. So we have the blockchain industry, which is this big, and we have the video game industry, which is this big. The room to grow, therefore, is huge. I think more spectacularly, I would suggest that the fact that 2.6 billion people played video games in 2020, I would then put that against the 80 million wallets that I talked about, will give you an idea of the growth. This simple statistic alone tells us that video games should and could be, well, could and should be the first true killer on-ramp for the mainstream adoption of blockchain. But where things are at the moment in terms of technology, it's not going to happen because, as anyone who uses blockchain knows, the onboarding experience is very, very difficult. It goes something along the lines of getting an account with Binance, buy some ETH, work out how to install a MetaMask onto your browser or your computer, do the most terrifying thing in your life, which is to make that first transfer of ETH to that MetaMask wallet, drink 2 shots of whiskey while you wait for it to turn up 15 minutes later, and then eventually get onto Uniswap and work out how to trade for another token. That is not very user-friendly. So one of the things that the gaming industry has to do, and David touched on this earlier, is bring the technology closer to the actual people who will use it. As we'll look later, there is some negative response from gamers and from some segments of the game industry because of this fact, and also some stigma attached to this sort of new thing called blockchain gaming, which we'll get to in a second. So just sort of summarizing where we are today with the game industry. The situation we have is that the blockchain industry, which is that big, is adopting gaming as an on-ramp to sell tokens and NFTs. You will see games that basically start out as an NFT sell, maybe 10,000 NFTs of varying rarity and varying power, and those will be your characters in the game. Common types of games are sort of Pokemon Battle Light clones, or sort of Battle Royale type games, or some racing games. Generally, the gameplay at this stage for those type of games that are under the term blockchain gaming are quite limited compared to something you might play on your Xbox or PlayStation that is 40 to 50 hours immersion of your life with an extremely deep storyline and many sidelines and side quests, etc. It's just not there yet in terms of complexity. These are not gaming companies. They are blockchain companies wearing the clothes of games because it is such a hot term, and because because people do FOMO, or fear of missing out, with the next big thing, and many people would say gaming is the next big thing. They have been very successful, but what has commonly happened is that the token price or the value of many of these NFTs have seriously died off once the next big thing comes along and their course in history is over, and there isn't much of a game to follow to add value in the long term for holding those assets. And I would argue that having to pay $400, $500 US for a character or an asset to use in a game is not going to make it into the mainstream gaming industry. So this also brings up topics such as play to earn. A very, very famous example of a game in this particular case is Axie Infinity, which again is quite complex to get into. You have to buy Ethereum on Ethereum and then move it to their own blockchain called Ronin, and you have to buy these tokens and you have these characters. But Axie Infinity is about the sale and the characters, and for the game and the company to succeed, it continually needs new blood to come in. It requires a constant supply of new players. It isn't just simply a game you can load up on your screen and start playing. So one of the things this has had is a very negative impact on market perception. Just make sure I've got the right next slide. Gamers are hostile to this. We'll show some examples in a second, but also large chunks of the actual gaming industry are hesitant to this. A big example was Steam. Steam, for those that don't know, is a PC and Mac-based platform for downloading games, including the latest AAA games. It's essentially a portal into gaming on a desktop computer. They, a few months ago, it was very big news in the industry, killed about 25,000 titles. And these were titles that were talking about offering NFTs or in some way incorporated blockchain into their game and the gaming experience. Now, there are many reasons why Steam would do this. Probably the most likely one is that they didn't want a call from the SEC in the United States saying, why are you selling unlicensed securities, or allowing platforms that themselves sell unlicensed securities on your platform. But at the same time, the gaming public has also demonstrated some considerable hostility to this, and we can look at some examples. So I talked about Steam. Jump the gun there slightly on my. So the highlighted part, skepticism of NFTs in general. This is Ubisoft announced that they were looking at adding NFTs to one of their titles, viewed by gamers as a way for publishers to cash in on a new fad rather than offer anything actually good for gaming as a whole. This has been repeated on numerous occasions. It happened to Square Enix, a major publisher for console and desktops. They recently announced their intention to incorporate blockchain into their games, and that didn't work out very well for them either in the public square. So both the actual, in some cases, actual sort of AAA, the top end of the gaming spectrum, platforms such as Steam, and there are other gaming companies that are very hesitant to touch this, have done so because of the fact that it has problems in terms of it's the financial regulations of these assets, etc. And players themselves have also poured scorn on this. There is a very hardcore group of people in the crypto industry who know blockchain gaming is the future, but remember there's 80 million wallets, whereas the video game industry, played by 2.6 billion people this year, many more don't like the idea. And this is all entirely the fault of the blockchain industry itself, because when you focus so heavily on terms such as play to earn, when you focus on selling an asset that's instantly resellable for a profit, which of course in most jurisdictions involves things such as capital gains tax, that is the antithesis of what games are supposed to be, which is entertainment. And yet, it is still the contention of those of us who exist in that sort of nexus of gaming and internet, that blockchain actually can completely revolutionize how players enjoy the games they play. Now we have this metaverse concept, which we'll get onto in a second. But this is the really important thing to remember. There is a huge amount of buzz around terms such as blockchain gaming, but it is not mainstream yet. So, which is interesting. Just summing up that, the blockchain industry therefore has brought a lot of concerns. They are seen both by the game development side and also the player side as focusing on assets rather than the quality of games. And in many cases, and in jurisdictions, we're sitting in Hong Kong where we don't have capital gains tax. We actually don't have all these concerns, but in many countries in the West, etc., there are things such as capital gains tax, and there is obviously questions over how many of these assets will be classified in law in the future. And so for many companies, this is seen as opening them up to far too much risk. Although, as I've said, there are some, such as Ubisoft and Square Enix, etc., who have dipped their toe in the water, and much to the chagrin of their gamers, gamer audiences, have actually said they want to do blockchain, which is the right thing. And funnily enough, my company Leprechaun, what we're trying to do is build the technologies that will enable people to incorporate blockchain into games, but without all, but focusing on gameplay rather than the assets and NFT side of things. So moving on then, blockchain versus DeFi. And this is something that I find really important to talk about. I'm just going to wave to David, who's taking a picture of me. It is really if you use, say you use an application like Evernote, and there are plenty of people do, I still do, although I've sort of shifted to Google Notes. But the reason you would use Evernote is because of its features, its note-taking capabilities, its sharing, and what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word. Its ability to share your work with other, collaborate, its collaboration features, etc. It's a very pretty app, and it works on just about every device that you can buy in a shop. No one buys Evernote because it's built using the SQLite database. In the same way, no one, I think, is going to buy a game because it's got blockchain in it. Instead, they will buy a game because blockchain is used to add utility to the player experience, which hasn't been available before. And we'll touch on some of those elements in a second. But the important thing to remember is that DeFi is a user case or a usage case for blockchain. Blockchain exists on the bottom, and then you have applications built on top of it. So DeFi, NFTs, wallets, central exchanges, decentralized exchanges are all simply applications built on this structural backbone that is blockchain. In the same way, therefore, let's have a look. Yes. Gaming shouldn't adapt DeFi, although if you had decentralized gaming, I'm not sure I want to shorten that. We see the term GameFi quite a lot, although I'm not sure about that because gaming isn't really about finance. What gaming is about is fun and entertainment. To a major gaming company that wants to incorporate blockchain into its into the games it makes, it has to make the game better. It has to offer something to the player that they have not had before. And so the adaptation of applications that make use of blockchain for gaming are not necessarily going to be the same as the applications that make use of offer financial solutions. It's very different. Then again, in gaming, you can look at use cases. So if anyone is familiar with the concept of staking or yield farming in decentralized finance, where you move your token into a contract and earn an interest rate on it, that sort of mechanic can be built into a game. And I know of some games in development that are doing that. So an in-game currency, you can go into the bank and put it into a savings account, and it's essentially a contract. Or you could invest it in a logging company and you earn a yield on it that way. So there are ways in which some elements of DeFi can be incorporated into gaming, but that's not the same as you saying that gaming should use DeFi as its way to incorporate blockchain. What blockchain really means is the move from what we call the publisher-owned economy to player-owned economies, which we'll talk about a bit more. But what that really means is, say, if you play World of Warcraft, we're going to use that as an example in a second, and your character, the items in your inventory are simply items in a database or stored as objects in the game code, and you don't own anything. It's a publisher-owned economy. And in fact, games such as World of Warcraft are famous for canceling, to use modern parlance, gamer accounts if they break some obscure rules in the code of conduct, or frankly, they're just too successful in some cases. The concept of a player-owned economy is that things move onto, if things are on the blockchain and in your name, no one can take that away from you. You own what you take, you own what you win. And then you have the ability to build marketplaces around that game where you can share your good fortune with other players. We'll talk about that a bit more in a second. So, challenges for games and blockchain, particularly with where the technology sits right now. On paper, there is actually, for all the terms you're used to, if you do a lot of DeFi, there is a lot of commonality with gaming. And I'm going to use my favorite example, World of Warcraft. Everyone who is watching this back in the office is now going to start groaning and hiding under their desks because they've heard this 100 times. But everything that you're used to in basic blockchain experience exists in a game like World of Warcraft. First of all, in the game, you have an inventory, and of course that would equate with a wallet. You can move things in and out, you can give things away, you can destroy things, drop them, you can sell them, etc., or make use of them, or merge them with other items to make stronger items, or use some items as power-ups to make another item like a sword more powerful. So in this case, inventory and wallet are, in the truth, exactly the same thing. This is also true for the in-game currency. In fact, gamers are completely used to having in-game currencies. Many games, from Assassin's Creed to Fallout to World of Warcraft, etc., have in-game currencies. But these are literally in-game currencies, and they have no value outside of the game. But if World of Warcraft was on blockchain, then it would be perfectly feasible for the token that you win when you kill your first wolf to actually be, a token on the blockchain. The next equivalency, special items or NFTs. Obviously, as well as money in any game like this, you pick up bits of armor, weapons, powerful crystals, valuable items you can sell. Now, we could get into a very strict definition of NFTs, and you could argue that if there are lots of the same item, if 10,000 people play the same game, and all 10,000 can find a particularly powerful sword, then are there actually 10,000 swords rather than one? Yes, you could argue that. You could also say that maybe when you've bound the sword to yourself, then it becomes a pure NFT because there's only one of them. But remember, there are many different standards for NFTs. The standard blockchain terminology for an NFT is ERC 721, is the written standard, but Engine came up with another one called 1155, which actually addresses a lot of these concerns. So you sort of have items that are tokens in terms of their multiplicity, but are NFTs in terms of the data, etc., that they can store and the information that they convey. So we've done wallets, our inventories, we've done special items, NFTs, we've got tokens, in-game currency, which can be tokens. And the final thing, which is very common in the blockchain world, if anyone's ever been to OpenSea or Rarible or a host of other online marketplaces, is the auction house. Now, in the case of World of Warcraft, that auction house is actually in the game's runtime. You walk as your character into one of the major cities. You walk into the auction house and look at everything and go, how do I afford that? And this actually leads on to an interesting side thought. Whenever a company creates a token, and this is true of companies in the gaming space that want to create a token, obviously they need to create demand, there needs to be scarcity, something will not have a price go up unless more people want it, and demand causes the price to rise. And this actually is perfect, but what normally happens to the token, they'll say, we're making 250 million of them, and the circulating amount will be 100 million when we launch the token, and they put limits on it. And we've already seen some games that are launched that are that Mint say, we're launching this big worldwide RPG, and we're going to have a limit of 250 tokens, 250 million coins. This doesn't make a lot of sense. If you can imagine, oversimplified, when the very first person played World of Warcraft for the first moment, the first money was really created when they killed the first sort of little level 1 monster and took like 2 pieces of bronze from its corpse. That created money. You could call that mining by playing. And yet, in that vein, you can basically grind and grind and grind and grind and continually make money. But you can do that, get to like level 70, still walk into the auction house and still not to be able to afford half the stuff that's on sale. There is still scarcity. So just another area which I didn't put in this presentation, I should have thought of it, is that for those that are familiar with things like tokenomics, there are arguments for different types of tokenomics for games that use currency, because that needs to apply, it needs to be a factor of how many people are playing the game and how far they've got, not necessarily a pre-setting before anyone ever plays the game, how much currency there is. So what I touched on before, and I'll finish off now, is this concept of the transition from the publisher run to the player run economy. And this really does represent a shift in power, where the players own their assets. When they leave the game, those assets are still theirs. They cannot be taken away. This then brings the possibility, because it's on blockchain, that assets could be used in more than one game, which enables the technical development of a greater sort of ecosystem of games, where, for example, success in one game could be translated into an advantage in another, or having reached a certain level or a certain amount of money or certain prestige in one game could give you certain benefits in, for example, the community ecosystem around the game. Excuse me. But at the core of this, the concept of a player-run economy really talks about individual gamers having much more skin in the game and a greater connection to the games that these players play. So this is really where the simplest thing that blockchain does, and if the most important thing that I want to tell people is forget about all the complex use case technology. What really matters is that if we incorporate blockchain, we can say to players, your stuff is your stuff. We can't take it from you. You could still ban someone from playing a game, but you can't steal their stuff. And that enables all sorts of things. You know, another example, gilding. Very common in games is these sort of games that people band together in guilds. A simple example would someone specializing in a certain skill tree could monetize that skill tree by offering those services to players within the guilds. And then other things where I said that DeFi is applicable to bring in, you know, you have set up a city, it's populated by a guild in a game space. There have been games like that in the past, like Shadowbane, where you could create a guild, install what's called the Tree of Life, and boom, you had a guild, and people specialize in things. Someone sets up banking services, you offer things like staking and financial opportunities, so people can make use of their in-game currency. So the challenge that we have, though, right now is the technology doesn't really exist yet, or it hasn't been coded in a way yet that actually enables that to work, as I've just described, in a way which could at least be called entertaining. With the focus on decentralized finance and therefore, you know, non-custodial wallets such as MetaMask, concepts such as sovereignty, which blockchain is very much championed, i.e. no one can take your assets from you, no one can access your wallet without your private keys, no contract can take money from wallet without your explicit approval, and obviously issues such as security as well. Where this becomes a problem takes us back to the World of Warcraft example. If you can imagine you kill a monster and you go to loot its body and you hit Command X to take all of its stuff and put it in your inventory, and then MetaMask pops up and says that will be $25, please, and please come back in 15 minutes. That is how blockchain works right now. And if you, with the most prevalent, easy to access current technology, were to take a game like World of Warcraft and just put it on blockchain, that's what you would get. Yes, you would probably build it on something like Matic or Solana, which is much faster, but you would still be constantly interrupted with requests for permission, and you would still constantly be charged gas, because anything on the decentralized network requires a gas fee to go through. This is not a good game experience, and even if it is the right thing for decentralized finance, where it makes perfect. I use a lot of DeFi myself, and so I feel very safe when my wallet pops up and says, "Are you sure to do that?" Because then I can think, "Yes, I am sure I want to do that," and I know no one's going in there nicking my stuff. But in a game, I just want to grab the loot and move on to the next monster, or the next activity, or the next quest. This way of approaching things makes games unplayable and is a massive impediment to the integration of blockchain utility into games, no matter how obvious the potential benefits are. So we have to build new technology. We have to accept where custodial solutions, which don't require permission, work well, as opposed to non-custodial solutions. The most important thing when you're talking about the mix of blockchain and just get to the right speaker notes. When you're bringing blockchain into gaming, the gameplay still needs to come first. Another reason why a lot of the major studios have not as yet really taken blockchain integration too seriously, even though many of them have talked to people like us and actually understand the benefits it can bring. Anything that gets in the way, what they really don't need is a 4 out of 10 review for playability from somewhere like GameSpot or IGN. Where are we now? The answer, therefore, is the 180 of everything that we have in DeFi at the moment. Whereas DeFi charges gas, frankly, if you have to go gas-free, and you have to look at other ways of monetizing the use of the resources, or paying for the resources to make the blockchain, it becomes a part of the game itself. Custodial wallets, where you have assumed permission, where the login is different, where it's not based on private, you don't have the private key, and most gamers are happy to use a username and password to get into the game. But in a gas-free environment, of course, you can transfer assets to and from a custodial wallet to a decentralized wallet with no friction. So the two primary sources of friction, gas and permissions, are the two things that need to be taken care of by basically removing gas and doing things in a way that don't require permissions. When we get to this place, and companies like Leprechaun, it's exactly the sort of technology we're trying to build in a way that works for the gaming industry. When we get to that place, then we'll see that blockchain starts to become a much better part of games. But I'll go back to my Evernote example. Most importantly, blockchain will really come of age as technology when you don't need to know blockchain's involved, because it's about the experience of the app you're using. Another sojourn, something I wasn't sure whether I'd mentioned, 20 years ago, I was part of the .com boom. And one of my observations of entering the crypto industry a couple of years ago to join Leprechaun, used to be in the travel industry, funnily enough, was that these were complete opposite circumstances. When I was part of the .com boom, actually based in New York for a couple of years, the marketing was fantastic, and you had amazing brand names like pets.com, boo.com, who had built huge audiences, big mailing lists, had tens, in some cases, hundreds of millions of US dollars from VCs. And they talked a good game, but they hadn't really worked out how to create product yet. But when they finally did work out how to actually productize this amazing brand power, many of them had spent so much money that they simply couldn't pay it back, and they simply couldn't survive. There are a few very famous examples of companies that made it out of that period, such as Amazon. Entering the crypto industry, I was stunned to realize that the complete opposite was true in this case. The productization in crypto has been phenomenal, but it has not been done from a very customer-centric point of view. It's trying to solve some very, very specific problems and does very well. But if it was all designed around what would make it easy for a customer to use, what I recounted before about your first experience ever combining Binance and MetaMask to be able to eventually get on something like Uniswap is probably not what someone would design. Steve Jobs very famously talked about, don't release technology as products, release customer solutions as products and bend the technology to that will. And this is where we get the need. Gaming will need to use blockchain in a way that's entirely different from the experience most people have with things like decentralized finance. And so we move on to the metaverse. Excuse me one second. Or more accurately, you can call the metaverse a concept, but in reality, we have metaverses. Now, I looked for a few definitions online because I have some of my own. And right now, one that most people would recognize as a definition of the metaverse is talking about an immersive virtual reality version of the internet, where people can interact in a much more visceral way with digital objects, etc. Funnily enough, for those of us from the gaming industry, we've thought of metaverses for a lot longer than that because we used to call them massively multiplayer online games. So World of Warcraft, which must be the best part of 20 years old now, that was a virtual world. You could meet your friends in a virtual environment, and you could interact with objects, and you could do commerce, and you could have conversations with them. And in fact, many would argue from a philosophical point of view that if the metaverse is simply a place where people can come together irrespective of their geographical location, then I would suggest that we've had the some form of the metaverse since the very first bulletin board services in the 80s, that people could dial up and do text messaging. One of the interesting side observations before we actually look at some metaverse applications that are live at the moment is that one of those moments where your mind goes blank. When we first communicated with people online, 40 and 30 and 20 years ago, it was very much a case of having to go home to fire up a big box and plug your modem in and steal the phone line and hope your mother didn't notice, and then you could log on and talk to people. And over the course of the next 20 years, we got to the point where we had the metaverse in one of these, because this enables me to connect to my friends anywhere in the world, etc. One of the philosophical thoughts I've always had about this sort of VR approach, particularly now with these big, huge goggles, is it's sort of like we're going back to the days when you either had to go home or find an internet cafe to check your email. Now maybe we'll have VR cafes where you can sort of run in. It's a bit like the old days of appointment television where you had to be home for 8 o'clock to watch your favorite show before the days of Netflix. So it's going to be very interesting from a technical point of view to see where this somewhere between virtual reality and augmented reality and the metaverse takes us, because I think people will find it very difficult to transition from the perfect convenience of this to the inconvenience of something that weighs 6 pounds on your head. So I think, maybe in 20 years' time, it'll be sort of like a pair of glasses like this. But then, of course, we wonder how many people walk out into the street and get run over. Pokemon Go certainly caused people to get shot at for running into their gardens, and more than a few people got run over. So it's going to be very interesting from a point of view whether the virtual world really does replace the internet in terms of the practical way people lead their lives. But it is certainly going to completely change how many aspects of how we meet and socialize with other people, do commerce, for example, attend meetings, possibly attend rock concerts or any sort of concert, etc. Oh, no, that's the wrong button. Combine, just summing up what is a metaverse, as I've talked about, instantly being able to connect with people, message with people, talk with people, game with people, play with people, combine Zoom, etc. Okay, I need to have a word with someone in the office putting Mark Zuckerberg in my presentation. When we have many new examples of the metaverse coming up. But one of the things I want to get onto now is I talked about blockchain and gaming. Now I'm talking about blockchain and the metaverse and the ways in which it affects. I've got sort of four principal ways in which I think four major factors in the metaverse from an experience and business point of view. The first is, of course, money. Now, we've had this idea that, anyone remember Second Life? Massively multiplayer games, anywhere where large people can congregate with an online avatar. This in itself is not new. But what has really driven interest in the metaverse has been the addition of cryptocurrencies and the impact of money and decentralized money on there. This also comes down to things such as identity. In the Web3 world, your login is basically your wallet. That wallet address is unreservedly yours. The only way you could have got someone else's would be to steal their private key. But that's a lot harder. It should be a lot harder than stealing someone's password. So for many people, that is a secure enough reason to be able to log you in and connect you. You might need to have a certain currency in your wallet and it'll let you in, or you might need to have a certain NFT in your wallet, which it looks for, and if you have it, you let you in. But what's in the metaverse, then using your wallet address, and any information you add to that, such as a username, it's an avatar name, and the avatar itself. Then looking at being able to conduct business, transfer assets from one wallet to another, possibly do banking or staking in a virtual bank in the metaverse, attend events, try products. Maybe sometime in the future, and when you get to Ready Player Go level technology, you'll be able to test drive a car. The second primary factor is gaming. Again, the metaverse is an extension of a technology that's been used by gaming for 20 plus years. But what is interesting about these sort of large metaverses, Decentraland, Sandbox, NetVRK, which is about to hit its first releasable product, is that you can build games in these the same way you might build a game using a gaming engine such as Unity or Unreal Engine. You basically, most of these metaverse players are building in the tools and technology that enable you to actually reshape corners of the world, create characters and objects, etc., actually build gaming. That was clearly one of the most obvious first use cases. But the thing is, instead of turning the game on and logging in, you would enter the metaverse and then go to the game area and actually play the game. The next area, of course, is NFTs. Now, NFTs have an unfair rap at the moment because everyone thinks about the JPEGs, and David mentioned something about this before. But what's really important about an NFT is the fact that, one, no one can say you don't own it, and the fact that it's a programmable technology. It doesn't matter what the image is, it's actually what it can do. NFTs can be a key that get you past a certain door or into an entire metaverse. NFTs can say you own that piece of land because it's represented in an NFT. One day your house, the one you actually live in, the deed for that will probably be an NFT, or your car or whatever, your insurance will probably be in the form of an NFT. It's an obvious use case of the technology, and certainly more secure than a piece of paper. The NFTs represent every object in the metaverse, piece of furniture, art on the wall represents an NFT. You could own a house, and when you walk into that house in the virtual world, it recognizes the artwork NFTs that you own and automatically displays those pieces of art on the wall. And if you sell that house by transferring the NFT to someone else, it then recognizes their art when they enter the house. So NFTs are very, very powerful programmable things. And at the end of the day, the metaverse is constructed of NFTs, the land you walk on to the buildings that you go in, and the objects that you use inside. And the final thing is decentralization. And this gets onto a very interesting topic. Obviously, one of the most famous examples of Metaverse, which has come about, is Facebook rebranding itself as Meta. That's going to be really interesting because you log into Facebook by using a username and password, and then Facebook basically proceeds to grab every single piece of information about you that it possibly can. I don't know about you, but I find the idea of connecting in any way in the same login, say using Facebook OAuth to log into or go into the Facebook Metaverse and then connect my wallet, because then that would connect my entire Web3 identity with all the data Facebook has. So decentralization is about that not happening. And we're about to see, obviously, a tug of war between the big players that want to bulldoze their way in because they know a good thing when they see it, and this whole new principle of owning and controlling your identity and having genuine control over what people know about you. Because whilst everything on your wallet, if someone knows a wallet address, you can look at the blockchain and see those transactions. Unless you choose for people to know who that wallet belongs to, you cannot find out unless you make the connection yourself. So decentralization is something, people controlling their identity and controlling their assets. In the same way I talked about player and economy, the metaverse is very much an instance of the player and economy in action. The next slide. So I just want to finish off looking at some of the sort of current and upcoming metaverse projects, and then after the break, Veronica, who's going to finish this afternoon off, is going to get into much more detail on the metaverse. So this really is just sort of a primer, really understand some of the business things. So current and upcoming metaverse projects. Well, one that for us in Hong Kong, because it's owned by our very own Hong Kong unicorn, Animoca, will be the Sandbox. Now, Sandbox will be very familiar to anyone who's played Minecraft. But Sandbox is, just get, where am I? There I am. So Sandbox has three major segments. The first is a thing called Vox Edit, which is where you can create and animate 3D objects. The second is its marketplace, where you can sell and monetize those objects. And then you have the game maker, where you create your own game. Sandbox obviously has pulled in a lot of major brands. Land in the Sandbox is very, very expensive. I didn't buy any. I'm still kicking myself. So this is I'm going to go through a few, and I'm going to go in increasing orders of sort of technological prowess. Obviously, the voxel approach, the Minecraft-like approach of Sandbox, is what makes it most recognizable. The next one we'll look at is Decentraland. Decentraland is built using the Unity 3D engine, which is something that we develop in ourselves. Actually originated by some developers in Argentina. In fact, I only found out yesterday when I was researching this. They describe themselves as a decentralized virtual reality platform, and users can create experience and monetize experiences, content, and applications. So very similar idea to the Sandbox. The next one that's up and coming, one which actually my company Leprechaun was an investor in and a very close partnership with, is NetVRK. NetVRK, unlike Decentraland and Sandbox, which you can use right now, NetVRK has not actually launched its product yet. It's just minted all its land. NetVRK is built in the Unreal 4 engine. It's about to transition to Unreal 5, which basically will make it the first potentially photorealistic metaverse experience, best experienced with the best pair of VR goggles you can get. If anything's going to get close to the Ready Player Go idea, then then it will be okay. Although I don't think you'll be walking around on a treadmill. The MVP has said is not out yet, but this is probably the gold standard. But it's not the only metaverse that is being built on Unreal Engine 5. There is another one which is sort of is a massive, it actually terms itself as a massively multiplayer online game, but this one's based in space, and it is, I pressed the button. It does that just to upset me. Is Star Atlas. Now, Star Atlas is a space-based MMO, but you own ship. You actually own the ships. You own currency. You do the trade. To date, we've only seen renders of it. But it will be if this happens as expected, this will be very, very exciting. And this may be one of the first games where they find a way to make the blockchain experience really part of the game rather than very, very interruptive, because of the way I believe they're designing it. One of the final thoughts I'll leave with you before, yes, I say thank you. And I've just managed to squeeze an hour out, so I should be popular. With all these metaverses, one of the challenge, what happens, is this sustainable? For example, when people first started getting online, they were using bulletin board services like CompuServe or AOL, and they became sort of dedicated web services, eventually replaced by the internet. So I suppose one of the questions will we have the metaverse? I'm not sure. I think what we'll have more likely is interoperability. And one of the final things to remember that ties this all up, again, the utility of blockchain. Whereas if you have a database style account with something like Second Life, you can't just sort of walk that character into another world. Because this is on blockchain, if another world decides to accept that NFT, then you should be able to move that NFT, like we talked about, from one game to another before, from one metaverse to another. So I think what we'll probably have is people being able to move themselves and the things they own from one metaverse to another. And I think that is me done. So yes, thank you very much. I hope that was interesting. I hope certainly it will set up Veronica for a successful presentation after we come back from the break. I will basically invite you back over. You want to say something? And do we have any questions?
Okay, what about we have a toilet break first before the Q&A? Yeah, we will have.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
We'll have a 2-minute toilet break. So let's back at 3:18. Yeah, 3:18. And we will continue the Q&A and networking section with you. So you grab your time to have a water or a water break.
Coffee.
Yeah, coffee break. Okay, welcome back online audience. Wait.
Do you mind me to take some photos for the event?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Make sure you get my best side.
Oh.
Sorry, we will take a 1 more minutes break. I have to some technical issue here. Hi guys, we are back to the Q&A section. Sorry for some technical issues happened here. Yeah, we fixed it. So yeah, let's start our Q&A sections. So I've already read some of your questions here, but for me, I have few interesting questions to ask you. So can we support all these metaverse? Should there not eventually be one metaverse like there's one internet?
I don't think, and this is a personal opinion, and I think we're very, very early in this because everyone's making a metaverse, but his dog hasn't started making a metaverse yet. So we haven't seen the true, extent of how many sort of startups there'll be and how this will consolidate. I think the internet still becomes the underlying infrastructure that enables this. So it's not like the metaverses replace the internet, but I think there will be consolidation. I don't think there needs to be, there has to be differentiation. A metaverse has to offer some unique piece of value or some unique reason to gain loyalty from people to stay with it. Else there will eventually be consolidation. And of course, like anything to do with media, you can sort of worry, are some of the current conglomerates or will new conglomerates rise up in the in the 80s, you'd be talking about the television companies like NBC or ABC and the BBC, etc. And then we move on to the internet companies. So it's really difficult to say. Can the market support as many metaverses as are going to launch? Good God, no. But I think we have one of that. It's a really exciting stage where a lot of people are going to try a lot of ideas, and we will find out what sticks. We'll find out where mergers and unions make sense, and then we'll see what the long-line thing. But if you'd asked me a similar question when MySpace was launched, when MySpace was out, I couldn't have predicted Facebook. Asking me to predict what's going to happen with metaverses, I think something's going to come along that we just didn't see coming, and then so.
Especially when it comes with profits, everyone will get into the zone.
Well, yes, I mean, and I think there's a question coming along about profitability here at some point in time, isn't there? So yes, I mean, obviously, money will go where money can be made.
Yes,
and there's no doubt that whilst we have uncertainty in some areas of regulatory frameworks when it comes to cryptocurrencies, and tokens, even utility tokens, which, by the way, most monetary authority recognize concept to be utility token,
Yeah.
although most utility tokens really are security tokens. But anyway, I don't know, it's really, there is billions of dollars going into this. The potential spending power of people walking around wearing their VR headsets is immense. I think we'll see where this actually shakes out.
Yeah.
But your actually original question is, can we cope with all these metaverses? I would say we won't be able to cope with all the metaverses that are launched, but I really struggle to work out how to predict how it will shake out and what will be left.
Yeah. Okay. So we talk about a lot, especially in gaming in the metaverse. So any other social activities that we can do in metaverse, despite of gaming or like other recreational activities?
Okay, I'll sit with the safe for kids answer. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about which senses you can use. So you can see and you can hear, and with haptics, you can feel. Yeah. What you can't do yet is taste or smell. Yeah. So Meatloaf didn't sing 3 out of 5 ain't bad, but I wish he did. So anything which uses those senses is potentially repeatable. So you can go and see a concert, and because of haptics, you can actually feel the bass. Yes, yes. You can meet your friends. You can go to lectures. Could you dance? So at the end, but really, the metaverse does come down to basically shopping and meeting people, and certain activities such as gaming in a much more visceral sense than, say, with a PlayStation controller, and social activities and auditory and visual activities like events, concerts, etc. I think what the metaverse does is it adds an extra dimension of creativity. Now, an example of that is the backdrop that's behind us. Yeah. It's 2 people sitting, and that's actually you really need to iron that, actually. It's a green screen in desperate need of a good iron, but it's been replaced. This is sort of augmented virtual reality concept in itself. So virtual reality basically allows you to add extra elements, extra sensory perceptive elements around an experience. So you can't do everything in there yet.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, so let's take a look at some of our online audience question. Okay, is there a separate company or project to help businesses to get up and running on Blocktopia or other sandbox or other metaverse platform?
Yes. To whether someone's carving that out as a very particular vertical, I'm not sure. Yeah. But there are companies like us who are basically developing new technology to make blockchain usable in games. We are very interested in metaverse projects. We're working with other companies that are building solutions in the metaverse area. We are ourselves landowners in multiple metaverses with the intent to build and learn how to build on that. So yeah, it would actually be companies are developing blockchain technology that is game-centric in its application for the games and metaverse space. Companies like us, that would probably be the sort of company you want to talk to.
Okay, I would like to ask you about your personal comments on the Leprechaun, your project in Leprechaun.
Oh, you want me to talk about
that?
Oh, I get to do an ad? Excellent.
We want to know more about the trends together with the Leprechaun.
Okay. My mom always said, never talk about your own company in a presentation. Anyway, so Leprechaun is essentially a blockchain and games technology company. We have several parallel paths. Our primary goal is to develop technology that enables the actual video games industry to adopt blockchain in a way which makes games better, and everything we do is along that path. We have a technological leg, which basically that starts off with our own gasless Remember I talked about gases before? Well, we made one. We have an Ethereum sidechain that runs without gas, simply to take that friction away from the experience. And on top of that, we're building a number of technological capabilities, wallets, the ability to use blockchain from within Unity and Unreal engines, etc., that would become a toolkit or an SDK for any actual game development company to start incorporating blockchain themselves, using that whole platform as a package. We are already working with our first partners in that respect. Our second leg is the entertainment side, where we build our own games. And we do this specifically that as we launch each game, which they tend to be fairly simple games themselves, but each one of them adds a new technical capability to this eventual blockchain game SDK that we want to build. For example, the very first game we launched was a Wheel of Fortune type game called The Lucky Wheel, which is actually built by David, who you saw before. And that was the game that first demonstrated that our gasless sidechain worked. And every time you did a transaction, the GUI was set to 0. You didn't have to pay gas. The next game, which is about to be launched any second now, is actually based on the Japanese sort of gumball machine things called gachapon. And they're called gachapon because the sound of turning the crank is gacha, and the pon is the sound of the ball hitting the thing. And you basically get these plastic things, you break them open, and there's a toy inside. In our case, you use our native token L3P on Leopard chain, you put in some L3P, you crank the handle, and out comes a ball, which is actually a composed NFT, and then you can break that NFT open, and there'll be some crypto and another surprise NFT in there as well. There's also some side games in there that you win more NFTs. All these NFTs become part of our gaming ecosystem. We then have the DeFi side of things, TED. Never noticed that before. And the DeFi is because we're a tokenized company, and we're building our own DeFi portal, etc. Wrapped around that, we have we incubate other companies. We've invested in a lot of other blockchain companies. For example, we invested in NetVRK. We do incubation of companies to bring new companies into the ecosystem, and obviously we work with companies in sort of Metaverse, games, NFT space, because that would be relevant to our ecosystem. And then we also we have a thing called the L3P Club for the people who hold large amounts of L3P, which are about to launch, which enables holders of L3P to get access to pre-sale into pre-IDO tokens, the bit everybody wishes they could get into. If you hold enough L3P, it's tiered, and that's called the L3P Club. So that's Leprechaun.
Okay, if you have to one sentence to describe your community, the Leprechaun community, what's the difference between your community and other community in the other Metaverse project? Like how?
Can I use 2 words?
Yeah. Okay.
Highly opinionated.
Okay.
We're a company that we've been out for a little while, and like many crypto companies, you have all that big buzz and FOMO at the beginning, and then when you're actually building game stuff, we're talking quarters and years, not weeks and months. We've shed some of the sort of the highly excited mob. We have a very core community of people who, are very, we have a private channel for our longest standing community members and token holders. They get first access to games and things like that. We actually tell them if things are going to be announced ahead of time. We often do ask opinions from them about what they like to, and they are not shy on telling us if they think there's something we should be doing that we're not. Welcome to crypto.
Yeah, I think that's how they improve your business too, when they are not being so shy in giving comments. Yeah. Okay. So Louis, what are the first steps companies should take to determine how whether AR or VR technology fit their companies or fit their business model or not?
Well, that's it, Louis. That is a fantastic question. Now, the glib answer might be everyone should have something in the metaverse. I mean, at the end of the day, the metaverse will supply. This is the ridiculous. Simple answer. The metaverse will supply tremendous amount of foot traffic.
Yeah.
And if they see you in there in some capacity, that's better than if they don't see you. Obviously, already a lot of major brands, the stuff you drink, eat, and wear, are already gobbling up millions of dollars worth of virtual land in all the major metaverse things because they know damn well their brand should be seen. For other companies or smaller companies or companies that are more sort of growth hacking rather than just spending obnoxious amounts of money, there are a lot of things you can do. If there's a way in which people could have an interactive experience that gives them an experience with your product or service, then that's a possibility. If your product or service could be delivered in that environment, then that's a possibility. If you want to hold events, but give them a whole new flavor and twist, that's a possibility. So, you can look at this from a product applicable point of view. You can look at this from an audience and marketing point of view. The metaverse has many ways in which all sorts of companies and brands could make use of the metaverse at different levels of their sort of supply chain and value model.
I think it's even more important when you talk about supply chain, the event companies, like all different companies can like build a new ecosystem in the metaverse through.
Well, that is absolutely true. And one of the things this is what I said before, that the metaverses are sort of building themselves. So you could argue, I want to build a game, but instead of building the game in Unreal Engine 5, you go and build the game in NetVRK, which in itself has built an Unreal Engine 5, but adds a sort of new application layer that enables you to build gaming experience. So, and we've probably only just scratched the surface of some of the, if you showed NetVRK to someone in the 80s, they'd think they were in a science fiction film. It'd be a bit like showing a wagon with a wheel to a caveman. How does that move? This is only 40 years ago. I remember 40 years ago. But then we've gone in a generation from phones that only had pre-cordless phone and 4 channels on television to this. So, it's really difficult within another generation or half a generation to predict what's actually going to happen.
Okay, how will gaming cross over to other technologies?
That is also a very, very good question. One of the most, a word that is used more and more in advertising agencies and consultants and just about is gamification. Adding some sort of interactive, dopamine-inducing experience layer to even the dullest of products. And so, gamification is certainly a word we use in this industry a lot. We talk about gamifying financial experiences. You end up with things like peer-to-peer prediction markets. You stake some money in a thing and then you have an extra layer. If you guess correctly what the price of Bitcoin is going to be in 1 hour and 47 minutes and 6 seconds, you actually get a stake. There's all sorts of weird stuff that people are doing. To essentially add an entertainment layer onto what otherwise would be really quite dull and monotonous. So there are all sorts of industries that are touching gaming, or gaming has been used. I remember going back to the 80s when cereal boxes actually put little 3.5-inch floppy disks with the game on the outside of the box, and massive success. So games have been used to sell non-gaming products forever. So I think gaming can touch just about every industry there is.
And especially when experiences are difficult to sell, but gaming can sell it in a very successful and software.
Yes.
Okay, I think this is the question that Phil mentioned. How did this blockchain virtual reality platform generate income?
Well, They start off by selling land.
Virtual land.
So I'm going to launch a metaverse. So first of all, I'm going to create a token, which will be the utility token in the metaverse, and I'll raise investment in pre-sale. Then I sell the land as NFTs, and I make a few $1 million there. And then I sell characters as NFTs, and I make a few $1 million there. Then I sell skins. Then I sell guns or objects and furniture and buildings. All this, and then I might partner with other companies to say, you can sell your stuff using my metaverse. I get a cut, thank you very much. And because it's NFTs and there's a residual cut, all these people, the originator and the metaverse will get a percentage of every sale every time one of these NFT changes hands in a marketplace. And then there is, obviously a commoditization within the platform, etc. And then people who own NFTs like land can rent that land out. And then someone, so you basically become a tenant rather than a landlord. So, right, there's a lot of way these things can make money. But at the end of the day, if you own an economy and it's all blockchain based, and therefore money of a fashion is running round and round and round through all these smart contracts, and a little bit's going in your pocket every time this happens. Revenue.
Yes.
But you make a lot more money selling the land.
And the income can generate another.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You mentioned that gameplay comes first. So any poor gaming experience you have ever experienced that you could share?
Okay, how long you got? Almost every blockchain game that I have played so far has generally not been a great experience. Maybe a couple of fun exceptions. So, I mean, I want really to impart positive information. So I'm not comfortable giving out names of things and saying they're not very good, because I didn't come to, because all these things that actually aren't very good. And even if I might not view it being sustainable in the long run, that this sort of asset sell first, game second thing is how it should be. Nevertheless, this is a step in a direction we want to go, and this has changed the conversation so that we can get to where we really want to go. So I'm really careful about in a big public forum talking badly about any particular game experience. So I'll just say all of them.
I think especially when people now are just interested about the hype of trading NFTs or like investment on the NFT.
We know there are some NFTs, like everything, do your own research. There are some NFTs that are generally good investments. I mean, anyone who bought a board yacht 8 club, BYAC, when they first minted, and there's a floor price of 70 ETH or something at the moment. And some of them are trading for a lot more than that, and they're owned by some very, very famous people. They created a great brand. They created genuine utility under that brand, both in the virtual and the real world. At the end of the day, it's not, I've got an NFT. It's what that represents. And what any company that's looking to create an asset that you might own is, if I own that asset, how does that change my life? Quantitatively, money, and qualitatively. What door does that open? How, so it's really about the utility.
I think that's why some of the NFTs so attractive, is give you a higher social status.
Do you know that is actually true? Now, it's our CEO Josh. If you actually want one of the world's biggest experts on these NFT collections, that is definitely him. So I would not be able to answer this question as well as he can. I mean, there are some NFTs which absolutely do install state, and some NFTs, and of course, NFTs and Discord go together like hand in glove. So, if you own a crypto pill, you'll be in the crypto pills community. And that I have a crypto pill, but I don't spend any time in the Discord. But I'm led to understand by people who are in it is a really close community. And a lot of these people do business with each other and they get a lot of value out of it. That's really good. Anything that brings people together and expands horizons and provides opportunity is fantastic, particularly in this world, particularly in a world where it's not easy to leave your house at the moment. So there is a lot of good that's come out of NFTs, even if the hype may have been extreme in some areas. But I mean, that's a subject we've just scratched the surface in terms of what an NFT can do, the way it can be programmed, the way it can be taught to react to stimuli autonomously. Oh yeah, that's a subject I could go on for a while.
Yeah, people are trying hard to squeeze into the club or community. Okay. How will a 5G affect the AR or VR experiences? How or is it getting better with technology?
Oh, thank you so much. I think obviously 5G is faster and faster is better. I remember David saying in the presentation before that the internet we have is enough.
Yes.
You know, as more and this is a very first world answer, more and more people get things like fiber to the home, etc. Then speeds aren't really a thing. I've not really tried to do any sort of VR experience through 4G. I have no context to know, although I'm sure it would be acceptable. Do it through Wi-Fi. But 5G obviously brings concurrent bandwidth, and the thing is, it's not so much what you deliver now, but what that enables you, how much more you can pump down the pipe later, because the more common it is for people to have access to an average fatter pipe for data, then the more ambitious the developers can be in the experiences and the amount of concurrent data that they can throw at you.
That's a quite interesting perspective. Okay, we still have 10 minutes left. So I will now enable the chat room functions to all the audience. So if you are interested to chat with Phil, or you want to ask him any questions, just.
So I read and respond verbally, yeah?
Yeah, you can either type or
so let's see what we got.
No, that's from the last.
So
yeah, don't be shy.
Is advertising the Metaverse a new way of making money? Oh, good God, yes. I don't know. I've had this idea of I have some land in Network, and I have this one standard plot which is right in the middle of the entertainment district. And I was thinking of basically it's 25 meters by 25 meters, and I was thinking of just basically covering it in a lawn, putting in a deck chair, sitting in it, my avatar sitting in it, and then just having this big 40-foot high billboard that I could sell advertising space on, because why not? Yes, at the end of the day, both direct advertising, on posters on the side of houses, bulletin boards, and of course, this is a digital world, so you can basically make Blade Runner come to life. But yes, absolutely, advertising is going to be a big part of it.
Patrick. Okay.
Patrick, we'll go from the bottom.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. I'm a game lover too.
Good for you, mate. How to improve the user experience in games? What are the new trends in gaming in the coming 5 years? Well, I mean, I'm going to say what I said before. The trend that I'm most excited about is the ability to incorporate blockchain technology. Why am I looking at that when I should be looking at it? The ability to incorporate blockchain technology into games in a way which doesn't change the player experience, but enhances the player experience. The ability to add much more, to add elements of commerce and profiting within a game environment, and adding the extra incentive that has genuine value rather than just farming stuff so you can buy a certain gun in a shop in the game. So that, to me, and the ability then to take the economy of the game out of the game or expand it past the game. So for example, guilds could do business outside of the game's runtime things. So that's the sort of stuff I find really, really interesting, because particularly as I play the big sort of RPG games, I've just finished Cyber, what should we call it, 2077, Fallout. I play it, and I basically go around trying to make as much money as possible so I can have the best stuff. So that's exactly the sort of thing that would appeal to me. So that would be my answer.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I think it's quite cool if you could like purchase in Fallout and the actual items sent to your home, shipped to you.
Well, yeah. Actually, that's another thing. Actually, is the crossover between digital assets and real world assets.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Okay. Another question from Patrick. Okay, so what is the future of MMORPG? Do you think VR or XR application can make the MMORPG popular?
Patrick, you're asking really great questions. Well, on paper, yes, but let's talk about some practicalities. We need better control systems. I have played Skyrim with all the extra bits, probably from front to back about 7 times. And yet I always play a thief that specializes in sneaking. I don't find being a big, but I don't know why I do the same thing time and time again. But I then tried to play VR Skyrim, and whilst it was fun to look around at stuff, the actual control mechanism just made it to me unplayable. Yeah. I play No Man's Sky on my PlayStation 5 with the update, and it's gorgeous. I play it and think there is a VR version, but I found it difficult and just not intuitive to control. I laugh when I look at films like Ready Player One, because when they actually try to expose what he's wearing and what he's doing, he's got this sort of, and he gets this, extra special haptic suit, and he's walking on this sort of treadmill thing.
Hamster.
Yeah, right. Okay. What I want to know is that's great. How does he turn right? And the second thing is that bit where they're dancing through the air. You notice how they conveniently didn't actually show what he was doing to control that back in his little sort of buried minivan. So again, it's the control. It's a lot of it's about the control. The input, the visceral input, is already phenomenal. I actually would be interested to find out more. I suddenly want to research this, what people are doing to add controllability in this, because I think I can just imagine, the Meta Walker 4000 being advertised on TV, and it's basically got a 10-foot by 10-foot footprint, weighs 6 tons, and comes with an army of controllers and safety harness so you don't fall off it, and you basically walk in all directions. I can see that being sort of the next big product. So how do you minimize and make the control, the input to the game meaningful, even though we've got to the point where the output into your senses is really already quite breathtaking. So
make it controllable, smaller, and accessible.
Yeah, I mean, there's a really good video going around. I think it's called Facebook 2032 or something, 10 years from now. And they talk about this, the Oculus 5000, whatever, and it's actually just a pair of glasses. I'm just imagining someone wearing those walking into traffic and getting killed. But who knows? Who knows where this is going?
Okay, Sid. And how to improve the...
You're welcome, Patrick.
Oh, I think Sid is... Okay, we have to skip this. I think it's the same. Lewis, in your opinion, what kind of support do we need to build the XR ecosystem in Hong Kong?
XR?
Yeah, maybe AR, VR.
Sorry. God. Tired brain. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by ecosystem. If you're talking about companies that actually make this stuff, there's already a lot happening. I mean, Hong Kong is one of the biggest centers in the world for entrepreneurialism in anything to do with blockchain or crypto or meta or I mean, Sandbox, one of the biggest brands in this, is part of Animoca Brands. Animoca Brands is one of the world's unicorns. It's Hong Kong's very own unicorn. And they're involved in so much and invested in so many companies. So there are a lot of sort of VC type companies that specialize in the sort of business that we're in, who are investing in companies like this. It's actually Hong Kong's one of the easiest places to meet a large mass of people who are looking to invest in developing these types of projects. So actually, the infrastructure is good, and there is a strong network of people who want to make it even better. You would be very welcome. I'm very easy to find on LinkedIn or something, or whatever. If you have a specific question about this, you want to ask me, you'd be very welcome to hunt me out on something like LinkedIn and ask if there's something not so public that you want to ask me about.
You can just type it here, LinkedIn.
Oh yes, sure.
If you wish to.
Oh my God, let me just double check whether it's got a full stop in it or not. That's what I can't remember. Hold on.
Yeah, I think Hong Kong is also a great place already to
all right, okay,
further build this technology.
So linkedin.com/in/ there you go, that's
okay, I think we're pretty much, I think this section is pretty much the end of the sections. Okay, so remember to add Phil's LinkedIn. Okay, so thank you so much for
You're very welcome.
For presenting to us.
The second half was much more fun than the first half.
I wish you enjoyed the whole presentation.
No, I did. I did. Okay. So thank you everyone for being patient with me.
Yes, thank you all our audiences for participating in this webinar and also asking so much questions here. Okay, so we will now have a 10 minutes 10 minutes break. We will be back at 4:05. Yeah, so please grab your time to have a water break. Okay, so see you later. Okay, welcome back all audiences. So this will be the part 3 of our webinars. So before introduce our guest speakers today, I want to make a brief introductions of the part 3 webinars. So we talk a lot about from David and also Phil's perspective. David is a game producer and Phil is a marketing specialist. They share their perspective on the metaverse. So what about we take a look from the architects and product designers perspective on metaverse? So we have Veronica with us. Veronica is the metaverse architect of Future is Meta. Future is Meta is a group of architects and product designer from leading global design houses with a history of designing buildings across all scale and typological types, from temporary pavilions to urban master plans. By collaborating with artists and engineers, they can adopt a special approach via the metaverse, and their diverse perspective, interconnected expertise, and creative backgrounds allows them to explore at scale and design never realized before. So let's welcome Veronica, Metaverse architect of Future is Meta, to share with us. Also, we will have Adam's, Veronica's team members with us today. So pass the time to you, Veronica.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank
Hi.
you.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you today. My name is Veronica. Hi, Adam. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
We will discuss the metaverse today, what it is, what you have to know about it, what Facebook has to do with it, and much more. So just a quick introduction from our side. Both me and Adam were architects. We are currently exploring the metaverse and trying to apply our real life experience, which you can see in this slide, into designing the virtual reality worlds. Adam is now in Copenhagen. I'm in Hong Kong, so we will try to make it work remotely, which is actually
it's the way we usually work, right? So there should be no problem in that regard.
Exactly, and I guess that's what the future work will be like. So,
and maybe Veronica, if you can go back to the previous slide, just also a little bit of context, like just why we even got interested, right, in working in the towards metaverse or in the metaverse, because we as architects, I mean, we entered the profession like roughly 10 years ago, where the 3D revolution was already in full swing. So our work and our working environment was always 3D, right? So the way that we collaborate, we always build kind of fantastic future cities in our computers, and then what's being realized is sometimes something completely different. But that's why the metaverse was kind of natural step for us, because we do inhabit the 3D world. But also what was very enticing is that in the 3D world, you can finally get rid of physics, and the physics is something that it's just bugging us every day in our work, when you need to think about columns and will it collapse, and you have all this responsibility. And in the 3D world, like you can let your imagination run wild. So
exactly,
I think also that's why we're here, right?
Very different in the metaverse.
Yes.
But I think our experience from real life design actually gives us makes us be a little bit more prepared to deal with the constraints and possibilities that virtual worlds give. So the
100%.
images in this slide are all computer generated. Those are actually the designs that we've worked on before they were built. Some of them are getting built, like this silver tower on the bottom. It's a building now under construction in Elizabeth Quay in Australia. Or
for instance, the one in the bottom right corner that we worked together on. Also from different countries, so in different time zones and stuff like that. So finally, also for architects, we can also enter the remote working, what was impossible for so many years because of lacking of proper collaboration tools.
Exactly. Exactly. So now with this experience and our huge excitement for creating 3D structures and different realities, we're also exploring the metaverse ourselves. I think for everybody, it's a new subject, and it was the first time the word metaverse was mentioned in this book Snow Crash by Neil Stephenson. That was in 1992. More recent vision of the metaverse was shown by Steven Spielberg in a popular movie Ready Player One, which where the Oasis showed quite a dystopian vision of the metaverse. Yet still, it was a holistic and well-connected world.
And I think also in here, it's kind of worth mentioning that the pop culture seems to always, of course, exaggerate, but in this specific context, make it a little bit techno negative. And the portrayal of all things metaverse are kind of dystopian in the pop culture of these days. And it's not that easy to find something that portrays it in more positive light.
I agree. I think this is what makes people a little bit worried and let's say concerned about what the technology brings. But we will try to explain that maybe there is no need to be worried. So actually, how I see the metaverse, I think the most accurate definition is one where metaverse is actually called the next phase of internet. And I think it's worth to mention that, like how internet started, it connected us to information where we could read articles, we could get, have an online library in a way. In the next phase, when social media became popular, Twitter and Facebook connected us to information and people in the same time, where we could also create our own profiles and have some kind of personal presence. And what's happening now, internet is connecting us to information, people, and places and things as well. So it's actually the blending of physical and digital spaces and immersive experiences that are enabled by the new technology. And all of that comes with also hopefully soon a simplified entry for everyone, where we may not need to sign in with many passwords and on many platforms. And I think the future will be connected by a wallet, which in a way, I think first reactions are usually like I heard people expressing worry because wallet usually means that you have to pay for something. But in this case, it also means that we can earn, and it's not only businesses that can benefit from connecting our wallets to the internet. It can be us, like projects like Cloud Art, where users can actually monetize their Instagram posts, where it's tokens instead of likes. So actually, it gives a lot of freedom to creators.
Yeah, for sure. The paradigm is changing, right? And I mean, as much there's no simple and ready-made explanation. Like you cannot just find this one sentence to explain what metaverse is and what it will be. Also because it's being created. But so we've been scouting the internet for like the most interesting ways that people are describing the metaverse right now. And one sentence that I found a few days ago, I found really, really interesting, in that someone said that in many cases, most of the cases, you can exchange the word metaverse for the internet and the sentence will still make sense. But somehow we use the word metaverse because also it points to the fact that something is about to radically change. And the thing that Veronica is just mentioning about the Web3 being accessible by a wallet, by your own new digital persona, or however you will call it, like this is one thing pointing towards that. I think that's very exciting.
Yeah, I agree. And also the advancements in the technology where augmented mix, metaverse, how we see it, I see it as augmented mix in virtual reality, which is enabled by which you experience through a headset. But I think that's a very simplified way of saying it, because whether it will be a headset or something else.
Yeah, but we
right
for sure
now,
know that it's a new interface, right? If it's a headset, if it's an eye implant, whatever that is, it's a new, more natural interface that we will be having with the computers.
Yes, but there is lots of technology that actually like all must evolve for it to happen and to really work in the way we would like it to. We already see advancements in like 5G, internet, and edge computing and machine learning. This all enables the metaverse to work. However, it's still in the making. And
yes, and there are tools to make it work. And so, of course, there's so many tools, but we will here mostly focus on the ones that are kind of connected to the way that that we will make the virtual worlds. And we will start with NVIDIA's tools. So Omniverse. Omniverse is the way that NVIDIA wants to build the new digital world. It's a real-time reference development platform for making 3D, for simulation, but mostly it's for collaboration. And on the picture on the right, you can actually see how many different programs from different owners, different suits can actually connect to the Omniverse tool. It's like a hub for different softwares, and also for the softwares that we as architects are using. And I think in here, it's the good departure point would be making of a digital twin. So this is something that we many times do, that you make a 3D file that describes a building to the smallest knob, or every last brick, and then you build the building based on that model. But the model still exists in this case in the Omniverse, and you can make all sorts of simulation, check, like if the pipes will be leaking in the future, will there be corrosion in the structure and stuff like that. So if the 3D model comes first, then in some way you can say that the twin, or the thing that comes later, it's the physical world. And I mean, you can see it in Hong Kong as well. Like the Terminal 1 has a 1-to-1 digital twin living in the 3D world, where the facility operators can actually see all the issues with the building, how the flow is working, if everything is okay. And I mean, this is a very big deal, the Omniverse, because also it's backed by NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is a big player when it comes to real-time graphics, because they're the biggest graphic cards producer in the world, and also very big in their cards are also used to mine crypto and all that stuff. So they are very much interested, and they will be a front runner in that regard. And another important advancement that is making metaverses and you entering the metaverse possible are different 3D scanning technologies. So there's of course a lot of them, but we are talking about MetaHero. We found it interesting because it's basically a portal into the metaverse, where you just step in, your body being scanned, so you get an accurate scan with all the dimensions, all down to the last hair on your head, and you can actually then import your model of your body into the metaverse. So this is also important for things like buying clothes over the internet in the future and stuff like that. It's basically, like I said, a portal to the metaverse. But somewhat I still believe that the avatars and the non-realistic descriptions of us will be more popular, because I mean, most of the people, me included, I would rather be in the internet when you can be anything you want. Like you I maybe don't want to do a one-to-one replica of me.
Yes, but then, I think this tool actually also enables 3D scanning of, let's say, our sculptures, if somebody, or any kind of real life products.
Yes,
for
yes, that's
retailers or people that, you know, that don't have the whole team building their own metaverse. They can plug in their real life objects into the metaverse.
Yeah, there's so many mesh-based scanners right now. The apps for iPhone, you can take your iPhone, you can scan everything in your apartment and just upload it to the internet, and it's that easy right now. And there are companies that are tasked with just scanning the whole cities. And recently, I don't remember the name, but Facebook bought one of the biggest players in UK doing that, because they want to probably scan some places of the world. Okay, and now we get to Unreal Engine, which is, well, one of the let's say maybe 2 or 3 biggest game engines in existence in the world. But this one is particularly exciting because they got their new iteration out not so long ago, just before the whole I would say metaverse hype started happening, and the graphics are just amazing. And it's important to actually talk about it, because this is a promise of a photorealistic metaverse in the near future. So now we're going to show you a little bit about how the engine looks in this best phase. So here, Veronica, I think you can skip to 230 or something, because maybe even more.
Video. So it's live video from the rendered version of reality, where
like many of you, I work with computers. I like the freedom I feel outside the limitations of the real world.
Yeah, I think the computer generated image will start later. Oh, this is already right?
Yes. Yes. So
they also
actually the people portrayed here, they are their
Wait,
own
but no, this part is still a movie.
Well, this is actually a question. So according to what's written in the very beginning of the video, everything here is rendered, even their current personas.
I'm not even sure why I'm here.
Well,
I remember waking up and thinking,
well, so I mean, if we even have to debate this means that it's pretty good.
How do we know what is
okay?
real?
This
For sure.
this I'm sure it's this I'm sure it's CGI.
I'm Keanu Reeves. Over 20 years ago, I first played the character Thomas Anderson in the Matrix trilogy.
That is pretty interesting.
Digital cinema with shots like bullet time.
Yeah, so you can see here, you can generate the whole cities real time.
In an industry where actors have tried to remain,
and I think what this shows very well is that how reality and virtual reality already blend.
Yes, that's one thing, but also you can see the synergy of gaming and, you know, like metaverse development. They will, one will accelerate the other.
Exactly.
And what would reality mean when a world we can build feels as real as our own?
Yeah, okay.
This
is pretty
I think this question is quite often raised, because the images we just saw can be frightening, but I think how we see it is we already live in the metaverse in some way. Like we just access it through headphones or laptops and phone screens, and it's a soft metaverse, I would say. We are already on the way there, and what technology will help us with is actually having a more pleasant experience, and maybe use a single device, connect our computer and phone to have something more portable and more I don't know, maybe more pleasant to use, hopefully. So And how to access the metaverse now in that regard? Well, so right now, actually, the full metaverse doesn't exactly exist yet. It's still somewhere in between, this transition between internet and metaverse. So individual components of it are currently being created, but the whole thing hasn't been connected yet. So really what metaverse is right now is everything we connect to through laptops, phones, or virtual reality headsets. And from a big picture level, this is a lot of different technologies that all need to come together to make the experience smooth and easy to navigate in.
Yeah, exactly. Because as you're saying, the experience is very far from smooth right now, and every world is completely different to access. Sometimes you need a different different hardware even to get into those worlds. So we have a very like fragmented and distributed collection of worlds in the very early phases of creation for some of them.
Yes. And well, so but we can already like experience three-dimensional pockets of the internet, which is already, very close. Some of them are showing what the metaverse can be and what the technology allows. But before we talk about virtual worlds, I think NFT world is actually part of the metaverse too already. It comes.
Yes.
It's becoming more and more popular, and let's talk about what they
are.
So
let's just briefly talk about them. I wouldn't say that they are 100% like prerequisite for the metaverse existence, but for sure they fueled it, and they are very important building block of it. So I'm myself not an NFT expert per se, but I had to also educate myself a lot on those in order to start doing what we're doing with Veronica now. So I think let's just start from the very basic. So, well, NFT, it's a unit data that's stored on a blockchain, like a form of digital ledger. So what it is in essence is just a certificate of, on one hand, authenticity, on the other hand, of just ownership of a digital file, some sort of data. So we used to thinking of NFTs are just images, but anything that you can put into a digital format, in essence, could be an NFT. So here you can see a screenshot from OpenSea, one of the platforms that enable you to sell and buy NFTs. So we have a full variety of different things, starting from art. Can be by domain names. You can buy clips of sport events, photographs. But the most interesting part for our sake is the virtual worlds and their components. So you can actually link any digital asset that you have to the blockchain, make it an NFT, and prove ownership of that element. And in the metaverse, when you actually can buy land and you can buy real estate and you can build, that's very important, because you cannot imagine building a city with no proof of ownership, with no deed, and it is not possible to do that without it. So if we would have only metaverses owned by a certain organization and they guarantee that you are the owner of certain thing, of course, then it can work. But if we're looking at the broader metaverse and how it could function as the whole world, we need some system, some ledger to prove who owns what. And that's where NFTs come in. And just one of the important aspects of the NFT, well, the name is non-fungible token. And what is fungibility? So it's basically interchangeability of said token. So on the image on the left, you have, for instance, a dollar. So you can exchange a dollar for a different dollar, and they're both the same. They mean the same, and it's kind of the same with Bitcoin. You can exchange one Bitcoin for another Bitcoin. You will not lose anything. They're both interchangeable. But the NFTs are something that is unique. So if it's an artwork, you cannot exchange one artwork for the other artwork and just say that they are exactly the same and they mean the same and they worth the same. So those things are provably scarce because there's a ledger that just proves that it's only one of those and you are the owner. And one more important thing is that they're not you're unable to divide them into smaller pieces. So with Bitcoin, you can buy 1/1,000,000th of a Bitcoin. NFT is a whole file, and that's it. That's final. So that's important to notice. And just one remark before we move into actually talking about the different virtual worlds and how they function. It's just the scale of the growth of just the NFTs alone. So in the last year, the weekly sales of NFTs grew 100 times, and that's on average. And that just points to the fact that the movement in the space is very rapid, and the things are happening very fast. But what this also means is that the influx of resources to the space is also very high. So the resources are pouring in, which means that the space will be developing super fast.
And NFTs are, let's say, very often keys to virtual worlds, because sometimes some of them are, for example, open access to communities, to pre-sales groups, etc., which later turn into fully functioning metaverse projects, virtual worlds. So what are those virtual worlds, and what makes them different from games, just games, and why are they so special? Well, so there are a couple of points that I think I have to mention here. Is that virtual worlds must mimic, recreate, or be based on some form of reality. They must allow individuals to enter the world and represent themselves as their virtual selves. Whether they look like themselves as in real life or not, can be up to them. But there is some form of community. Our avatars need to communicate with each other. They need to be able to interact and explore the virtual world together. All of that, there needs to be some form of geography for people to explore and inhabit it together. And they need to be able to conduct transactions in some form of economy. It may be an in-world economy or broad metaverse internet marketplace or economy. I think what's most important, what really makes it different to games, is the persistence. All of the attributes previously mentioned need to be persistent. And so whenever we turn off our computers, log in from a different place in the world, whatever happened there remains and is still true. And it can be accessed by every user of the world. So the information is passed immediately live.
Yeah, and there's a sense of continuity, right? Because when we're thinking about building all of those worlds, and the fact that, it's a process that takes years. And if you have a solid foundation, like you said, the persistence is there and the systems are in place to make it last a long time, then actually it makes sense to even invest in that, to also invest your time and actually start building things.
Yeah. I also want to say, I think I have to say, it's important that unlike traditional multiplayer VR or just games, online games, users are divided into sub-servers or in mirrored instances. In the virtual world, projects host all players in one instance. So let's say both me and Adam, if we decide to log into to one of the virtual worlds and we're standing in one place, we're supposed to see each other.
I don't need to be stuck in a Danish server with with only my Vikings here.
Yes. Well, I think this is still in the making. I think most projects are struggling with that because that means a lot of servers, a lot of computing power, and actually the rendering in real time for many users is a key technological issue here. But what's also great to see is that within the broader VR world, users can create their own environments that are fully programmable and customizable. So in a true virtual world, users are supposed to have almost unlimited access to creating their own structures and their own experiences. And all of that with fungible tokens that are assets. They're compatible with different platforms. So ideally, they will be transferable between different worlds. And first project that I want to talk about, actually right now I will talk about a couple of projects that I think are, let's say, the biggest pockets of metaverse, the virtual worlds that already exist, and where we can experience virtual reality. One of them is Somnium Space. It's a virtual world built on Ethereum blockchain. They have their own cryptocurrency cubes. The number of parcels is limited to 5,000. They promise that in their world, there will never be more than 5, at least in this, let's say in this planet of their world, there will never be more than 5,000 parcels, which are for sale. As we can see on the bottom left corner, OpenSea sells, somebody is selling a plot of land on OpenSea, although before buying, I would always recommend checking Discord groups with actual community managers of these projects, because very often it can be risky. We never know who's selling it unless it's sold directly from the game, and if it's an actual thing. I think I need to point out before we move forward is that it's worth noting that the currency and the land are a different thing in this project, most of these projects. So owning cubes doesn't mean owning Somnium Space. It just means owning a token. And it is a different type of asset than owning land. And the land is significantly more expensive. As we can see here, it's like the cheapest offer I found on OpenSea last week was 3.5 ETH for a small plot of land. So in general, Somnium Space is interesting because they actually have they enabled virtual reality exploration of the world. They have a web version that we can easily log into with our crypto wallet. Then for those who, but it's let's say simplified version of the world. Then there is a desktop version for those who are willing to download special software, their Somnium Launcher, and I think probably Steam, and to explore it on the laptop or PC. And then again, there is a VR. You can actually connect a headset of your choice to walk around as your avatar. So Somnium is an open source platform, and it allows users to buy digital land, homes, buildings, and lots of different assets that are of value in this metaverse. This is the website. It's as in most cases, the graphics are quite specific to the current situation.
And this metaverse is using yet another rendering engine. Like the game engine for this one is called Unity, and it's one of also the big players. I mean, by the number of applications that are using, probably Unity right now is the biggest because they are also connected a lot with mobile devices and mobile gaming.
Yes.
Or you can also see it in the graphics. It's slightly different than the Matrix trailer that we seen before.
Exactly. So I think, I mean, the graphics are quite simple, but what's worth noting here is really that you can experience everything live in virtual reality. So this is like for one of the first scenes when we enter, we can walk inside of buildings into different rooms. Different plots of land have their special architecture. Users can create their environments that are fully customizable. So this building is probably a creation of the owner of this plot or someone involved in the community who helped them. We can interact with objects. We can, by clicking on them, we can be, for example, connected with the browser to buy certain NFTs or real life objects, I guess. In this particular project, avatars can walk only, and if they want to transport themselves faster, that comes with the use of teleportation machines. So very often I heard discussions about buying land next to a road or next to some kind of facilities. I think in the metaverse it doesn't necessarily matter because most of all the projects I know have some kind of transportation. Most of them even allow it like teleportation for free. This particular one actually is quite expensive, and owners of individual plots for now have to build their teleportation devices on their plots, but this is also very fluid and it changes, and I think it will evolve soon.
But that's also interesting that you can see that between the different worlds, you have different rules and kind of different physics as well. And historically, you could be able to trace it, but probably down the line, some of those things were just globalized, right? And the rules will become more similar in between the different worlds.
Yes, and especially considering the fact that Somnium Space, like as well as other projects that I will show later, by integrating blockchain technology, they allow users to monetize and empower them to create a world in which they are the main creators and also recipients of value. So that's really encouraging to explore and to build it. And I think more and more people are, especially business owners, are realizing that the potential that it gives to them and the exposure that they get with that. However, for now, it's still very simple. And as you can see, you can find buildings like that. So we're kind of going back to the very beginning of what creating buildings and cities, I think. Next project is Decentraland. I personally like it because they managed to, although they don't allow VR users, they managed to create their interface.
Right.
Yet, but they're yes, not yet, but their online interface is very comfortable to use, very straightforward, and I guess that's how they became very popular. Also very expensive. As you can see, their token here costs $25 for mana. This is their currency, and the price of it raised drastically after 28th of October last year, when Mark Zuckerberg announced his company to change its name to Meta. You can see that the price of Metaverse tokens like Decentraland was flat until this big spike in October 2021. But land parcels were already expensive before, and right now they're reaching astronomical prices. This is one of the cheapest ones that I found. Is about 4,000 mana. this is a plot of land the size of 16 by 16 meters and height of 20 meters. So it comes with all the requirements for the building requirements that are very different to those that we deal with in reality. Because, for example, here, the file can only have 15 megabytes when it's placed on a single plot. Maximum triangles per square is 10,000.
That's pretty limiting in terms of 3D.
So it's, yeah, those are, I mean, we often say, I mean, I appreciate that we don't have to deal with the constraints like plumbing and don't necessarily, although most worlds actually have programmed in-game gravity, but we potentially don't have to deal with that. But there are different constraints, which usually, in most cases, are related to computer power and current investment.
Yeah, probably that's the biggest bottleneck. But when it comes away, when it goes away, like we will actually be able to do, whatever when it comes to buildings. Yeah. And in here, I also wanted to point out to this map, because this map to me it's very interesting from like urbanist point of view, because when you think about like very old maps, when you're thinking about first cities in the world, you know those shapes and they have a certain logic to them, like medieval cities with the big wall running around it to protect it. And this one, it's just very much embodies the spirit of the internet and the early internet cities. And I think this even the shape of this map will become pretty iconic in the future, because everything is orthogonal, everything is like very 8-bit. You have like this text, the Decentraland, as part of the map and all that stuff. I think it's very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And what's also very interesting is that the land, the single plot, this entire map is made of small squares of single plots that used to, in the end, measure 12, I think 10 by 10 or 12 by 12 meters. Of course, in computer scale.
Relative.
And only recently, the Decentraland Foundation, which is the governing body that decides about changes in their virtual land, decided to scale the map up to 16 by 16, being the smallest module. So, well, we're starting to see how these worlds can evolve. And although they also promise that their number of parcel is 90,000 and there will never be more, which kind of makes them more valuable. But what happens to them and how they will evolve, if they will become like a three-dimensional map, we don't know.
But I think that's a very important, again, urban question from a city planning perspective, because if you think about cities and cities that were confined, let's look at New York City, like it is confined, let's say the island confines how much you can do, but expanding it outwards does not necessarily decrease the prices of lands in the very center, because you need additional function, you need additional space. So I think urban planning in the metaverse, like this is going to be also very important in the future, and they're going to be rules, and of course they're going to be different than the rules that we have in real world, because physics and stuff. But it's also going to be a very interesting conversation that we're going to be having in a year or maybe a few months. Let's see.
I'm very much looking forward to be a broader conversation.
Yes.
And
urban planning.
But for now, what the way we experience, I hope this will be interesting for most people. It's actually the reason why, what I've learned recently is that very often the Decentraland is confused. The token has become very popular. Some people own the land, but very rarely people actually At this point, it's still in the building phase. So actually very rarely even plot owners bother to log in and go and explore the world. So I took the opportunity here to give you a quick walk through the metaverse step by step. What happens when we go to their website? We have to log in with using a MetaMask or any other crypto wallet on Ethereum. We can create our avatar. We can decide if we're a man or a woman in this case, and how we look, what we're wearing. There are all the options that are built in. I believe it's possible to import your, let's say, more privately designed avatar, but like this is the default that comes without any purchase. Then we enter what's called Genesis Plaza, where we can see already other users. We can talk to them. We can see what's happening in the entire world and decide where to go. In this case, in the Decentraland case, in top left corner, you can see that there is a map. So actually, as soon as we end up here in the Genesis Plaza, and if we know where we want to go, we can open the map and click on the place where we want to go, and the game will take us there. So we don't necessarily need to walk or use any devices to teleport. It just happens by clicking the place where we want to end up, like this comedy bar, for example, or an art gallery where we press on one of the buttons or walls, and we can be directly connected to purchase on OpenSea.
Yeah, but I also think from the city making point of view, the fact that in most of the metaverses, when you enter, you portal yourself to a certain location, like in case of the Central at the Genesis Plaza. From the city making point of view, the city will kind of radiate from those spaces, and the land will be the most expensive, and you will have kind of similar city making impulses that you have in reality. Like in the olden days, let's say you have the first railway station where the people enter the city when they come from far away, in this case from from their home, connecting via headset. This will be also very interesting to see how the city will develop and where the centers of gravity will be. Because of course, the plot is the most expensive because there's the most people are seeing it, advertisements, and so on. So I think it's also going to be, I would really like to fast forward the Decentraland a few years and see how that's gonna look like.
Well, I actually did it. There are some YouTube videos. Somebody was talking about crypto voxels, and it's really great to see his video, like in-game recording of himself playing crypto voxels 2 years ago when it was an empty white space, and today when the world is, let's say, populated and colorful and much more alive. For sure we can see the advancement, but I think it's speeding up, especially the more popular these experiences are becoming now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and the next world that we wanted to discuss is the sandbox. And the sandbox, the game itself, it's already 10 years old, but it started as a mobile game I think on Android. And well, the word sandbox, it points to the type of game it is. So the sandbox games would be the open world games with no clearly defined objective. And I think the most known example of that type of game is Minecraft. And while this is a little bit newer than Minecraft, it still has some of the similar characteristics. So again, we have plots for sale, and in this case, there's a little bit more of them. There's 166,000, and the game engine for this one is Unreal. And the alpha testing of the game happened like around 1 month ago, and looked pretty interesting, and people were rather happy with it. So as you can see on the map on the right, most of the plots have already been sold. And if I remember correctly, I think Sandbox, in terms of the transactions, it is the biggest world, just by the amount of plots sold and the amount of money spent. But you can also see that the map has a lot of players in it, and you can. I mean, if you look closely, you can see pretty much everyone who is in the crypto space has a land here, and also Singer. I mean, Snoop Dogg has a site there. Like there's a lot of people, but also the map is slightly different than the one of the Decentraland. Is a little bit more organic, but still based on voxels. Okay, so let's maybe go to the shop now. So the alpha, yeah, it already happened. You can go in. There's a whole game in it. I mean, there will be multiple games occupying the whole world. But like Veronica said, with the Decentraland, for many people, it's still more about owning the land than actually playing the game. But this will, I mean, this needs to ramp up. Like also because you cannot really play the game yet. It's still in development.
Yes. Well,
that's
so apparently you can, by downloading their game maker, you can access the games that have been built. Well, it's for sure not there yet. It's there. It's really in the work in progress. So let's see what it is later. Although I mean, I would be interested to see, because I heard, as far as I know, I think alpha phase was quite open to a quite small group of people, let's say landowners, or there was some kind of a lottery. I don't really know anyone who actually participated. So I hope that one day we can also be part of this.
Yeah.
For now, we can be part of the marketplace for sure. We're there. Quite actively selling.
Yes. So in Sandbox, the feature that's very well developed is the marketplace, and you can buy a lot of things. And this points to the direction that probably a lot of those metaverses will go into. Is that you can buy all of the smaller elements composing of your site and basically your digital life. And I mean, it's not that much different than what the shop on Second Life looked like. But we're not discussing here the Second Life, because when we think that those examples here are more relevant to what we're talking about now.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's more or less how the avatars will look in the Sandbox. So the style is considerably different than the one that you see with the Decentraland, and the rendering engine to do this again is Unreal. So the one that you've seen before with the Matrix trailer. So also you can see that this game engine is used for a variety of different tasks, because this is way closer to Minecraft than it is to a photorealistic game. And well, as with everything in the blockchain-based metaverse worlds, the prices are all over the place.
Yes. And actually, one project that I want to mention as let's say something that's worth attention in the time when we're really building the metaverse experience is VR chat. It's accessible. It's a virtual reality world, open to public, open to people to explore in form of avatars via their laptops or headsets. It works very well with Oculus as an app on Oculus Quest. It really shows the true virtual real experience that it's possible. It's even I was able to actually use their cinema once with a friend who is in a different country, and we really felt like for a moment we were in the same room watching video on a huge screen, because the way it's projected, it looks as if you were really in a cinema. VR chat doesn't have their own economy, is not as far as I know, not built on blockchain, but it is a virtual world that is very open, is free to use, and also free to build, to plug your own experiences to it. So people actually meet, like first the way to enter it is you enter to this kind of reception desk, reception area or lobby, but by walking through these portals that we see on the left, this round kind of blue door, we can walk into different instances, different worlds, different experiences or games that are very often created by users of VR chat that plugged them in by using the software development kit that's open to public. And that's quite amazing actually, because at least for now, it doesn't cost anything, which is very different to other worlds like the previous ones, or that VRK, where land sales, where I think land plots were sold in pre-sales. It's a virtual world built on Ethereum blockchain. Again, their currency, they have their own currency. It's called NetVRK. Limited number of parcels, 15,000. I'm very excited to really get involved in building in NetVRK, because they are rendered in Unreal, and they're aiming to create a photorealistic or almost photorealistic experience for their users. And also
the map is very interesting as well. Pretty exciting to see the whole world here.
So yeah, of course, they sell plots of land, they sell tokens, and soon it will be possible to walk around and explore the world. And there are 5 different districts. Their map is actually a little bit more advanced, because they really thought about different users and different areas to have special activities in them. Then last project that I from the Metaverse world side is Super World. And what's interesting here is that they're trying to map the entire world, and they have already. So it is actually what it is the augmented reality space. They they created a cloud around the entire planet, and based on the map location, they're selling plots 100 by 100 meters of every single location in the world, where the owner, I believe, will be able to project their own augmented reality experience. So as we can see, we can buy Taj Mahal or Arc de Triomphe. Not sure how this will work yet, but it is. Yes, I think what's special here is
see some ownership issues probably.
Well, I'm sure there can be, but right now where we are as architects exploring, because Metaverse really is going to be the internet enabled by 3D software. I think architects, it's time for like designers and architects to really spend the time and focus and learn, explore what's happening. And from our point of view, building the virtual world actually can happen via NFTs, software development kits, or in-game builders. I'm now talking about building in existing Metaverse projects, because I think we would need another webinar to discuss creating Metaverse from scratch, which is also possible. And I believe that one day maybe every company will have their small Metaverse, like they have a website now. But let's focus on building in existing projects and We can plug content by using an NFT. We can create an experience using software development kits, which are usually available to public, or in-game builders, which is in a way the SDK, software development kit, under what developers call it, under the hood. So it's a gamified version of the code, more pleasant for broader public to use, because SDK itself is just a piece of code, it's text. I guess less people will be able to engage in that, although it gives much more flexibility, and it's much more programmable. It almost gives unlimited possibilities for designers and creators. And usually it comes in form of separate SDK for avatars, which need to move in between plots of land, and land SDK for what is built on individual land parcels. So those things don't leave that particular land parcel. And the same thing is, this is actually Decentraland's builder interface, where to make things, it makes things pretty simple, where we can choose how big is our site. We just say how many squares by how many squares. We can call it as we wish, and then enter the preview of the plot that is sized exactly how we described. Then by drag and dropping objects, we can create an experience. However, I think it can be done with, but for me, it was quite limiting, and it's good to have, but I mean, it takes a little bit of really patience to create something special.
Yeah, but like with everything in those worlds, those are early days of the builder as well, right? It probably will evolve as the world evolves, as the rule changes, when you get the plots bigger and all that stuff. Like I assume it's gonna be game of itself, right? Like some people will be more into exploring the central land, some people will be more into building stuff.
I think
kind
so.
of Minecraft rules, right?
But the truth is that the tools already exist, and actually us as architects create experiences or places like this, which is 100% computer generated world, for the purpose of a real life project. With the existing tools, it just takes a little bit more time to learn. This is a project that I worked on recently, and clients had a large plot of land uninhabited right now. There are no buildings, and this whole neighborhood with hotels, office center, and a number of residential and office buildings. So this was done recently, and while making it, this is how the model looked like during the design process, and this is the final outcome. So I think this gives us high hopes for the metaverse projects to evolve from something that I think right now is in this phase into the more photorealistic, or even maybe in some ways more interesting than reality.
Yeah, I don't think that we necessarily need photorealism, right? Like some of the examples of the things that we're showing in this webinar, they look good enough, to fully engage and not think about the graphics at all. It's I think what's super interesting in here, that the worlds are already there. They're waiting on the hard drives of the architecture offices, some of the rejected worlds, some of the things that didn't win the competitions. And, areas like this one are ready-made, right? Like it could become a campus for some company that they just meet online. It's a great project.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's all up to, it's like the same as advancements in art. At some point, people were trying to paint the most photorealistic portrait. But once that was achieved, they turned into more artistic visions and versions of the same art. So I think we're somewhere in between in terms of designing 3D virtual worlds. But this is another project that I worked on, and actually by the technology that is currently available, we could show our clients how the building will change over time. This is quite a complicated building that looks simple on the outside, but it's a performing arts center and portrait center. I worked with a company called Rex in New York on this project. And this is also 100% computer generated video that we prepared for our clients to see the result of our design. And as you can see here, the moment is that this simple marble view of the building actually holds is a house for a performing arts center with four rooms or stages that can be interconnected in 11 different ways by movable acoustic walls. And thanks to the 3D rendering, we were able to show those different configurations right now, how construct. So you can already see online image of the actual building. Very close, but what is the design thing. I highly recommend making reality against design. In this case, actually brings virtual reality. It starts the space headsets, early designs that enable us to create something. And a little bit very short mention about the technology, how these 3D worlds can be accessed apart from phone or computer screen is through of course the virtual headsets, and which are actually more developed than one may think, because one we know is Facebook Oculus that works pretty well, but it's
I think it's Meta Oculus now, right?
Meta Oculus, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes.
I still cannot.
But I do have it at home, and the box still says Facebook. So. I guess that when they sold it to me, it was still Facebook.
Yeah.
But this is one one device that's very accessible. I think it's affordable. Most people can afford it. But it's quite heavy, and it's VR only. While different projects like Microsoft HoloLens or Magic Leap are moving forward to including the augmented reality experience as well as mixed reality in their headsets. And they're becoming smaller and smaller, considerably smaller. And they have already many use cases. For example, Microsoft HoloLens can be used on construction sites. They develop their product to pass all the construction site regulations or factory, different types of factory in different types of factory lines. So it's mostly used in enterprise factory world right now, but that can still be, a metaverse experience. And I mean, it's just a sign. It's just the fact that it's a little bit heavy and a little bit expensive, that it's not yet in our daily lives. But this year, Magic Leap company announced that they're supposed to reveal Magic Leap 2 to the public. I personally really like the design of it. They're also,
it looks pretty nice.
they also say that it's still too heavy. From like manufacturers' point of view, they actually focus on selling it to factories, scientists, or like really specialized for specialized use. But I think it's really getting there, and especially I think they got $500 million in funding last year for the further development. I'm sure that could help.
That helps.
But we are still waiting for a disruptive product, and I think often it's where we are now is compared to phones before they had internet, and what we're waiting for is a breakthrough, like the day when Steve Jobs, I think for me at least, he announced an iPad with iPhone, which is an iPod, a phone, an internet communicator, which for today it seems so obvious, but in 2007 it was a big deal. It wasn't that long ago. I really enjoyed for this presentation browsing through images of for Matrix, 20 years ago, what the phones looked like, before we get that futuristic device that will enable us to live in the metaverse more comfortably, I think it's worth thinking about actually who controls it and how it's created, who decides on what happens in the metaverse. So the trend now is that we're moving from traditional employment model towards decentralized, distributed ownership and open platforms. But it does happen in many stages. I think there is interest from companies, and especially also large existing companies, to shift towards decentralized governance. However, I'm not sure if a truly decentralized organization exists, and I think it will take time for us to really understand what it means and how it works. But what we can see now is that there are different models and they're being explored. This is a material from Deloitte's current report. I recommend checking for more information about that. And I think it's worth just being aware of which projects are trying at least to be decentralized or moving forward towards decentralized structure, because many of them are, and few actually virtual world projects start as companies, but then turn into DAO, a decentralized organization, or at least have a governance token where community members can impact or have a say in what's happening in the virtual land.
Yeah, probably the Metaverse has decentralization written all over it. And as much as existing companies are trying to test those ideas, but it's hard to implement decentralization in an organization that started differently, right? But okay, now to give some maybe context and link those things to maybe more real world examples, or examples that we can more relate to. Just some interesting examples that we found and what's going on in the space in general. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what the use cases or big players or just notable events are happening in the space as we speak. So, I mean, probably the biggest news that we also mentioned here multiple times already is Facebook changing their name to Meta, and it is a monumental occasion. But for the Metaverse itself, it means, well, a lot of things. So maybe let's just skim through the headlines and say what the most important things are. So Facebook bought, or now Meta bought, Oculus some time ago, and they've been kind of preparing for this move for quite some time. And of course, Facebook was a very big player with a lot of available users. So the world that they're building, it already has, billion and some potential inhabitants to go there immediately. And since they're designing their headsets and selling them almost at cost, and they come with some of the Horizon suite already available or pre-installed, like this will really make the transition into the Metaverse for a lot of people very easy. So I would say three most interesting things that Meta is doing right now under the umbrella of the Horizon is the Horizon Worlds will be, again, a collection of many worlds, allowing games, meetups, some different community activities. You have Horizon Home, which is basically your home in the Metaverse. They provide many interesting designs. I mean, for now, it's just a few different types of it, but it's basically a space where where you store your digital goods, when you can invite people for a game of chess or whatever, just for a meeting. And then there are going to be Horizon Rooms, which I'm going to discuss a little bit later. But so the efforts are really ramping up. And apart from the companies listed here at the bottom with small logos that we all know of, Facebook is also purchasing smaller companies in the market of 3D scanning and 3D graphics and stuff like that. They are not spending. They're not holding back the spending. So they're gonna for sure accelerate the development of the space. And from the demos that we already seen of the Horizon worlds, like the graphics are also going to be super interesting. So we don't know much about the design of it, how much it will be decentralized. So because that's one of the big questions here. But we for sure know that that it's in full swing. And I think that also because Facebook was facing this challenge that the younger generation are moving off Facebook, this could be one of the ways that they're trying to retain this demographic on their platforms. And now moving from Horizon Worlds to Horizon Rooms, I'm going to discuss two important immersive meeting platforms happening at the same time. The one on the left is the new Microsoft Teams. It's connected with Microsoft Mesh, and it's using a lot of the technology found earlier in, I think, Outspace. And on the right, you have Horizon Rooms or Horizon Workrooms. So both of them are immersive 3D spaces where you can hold the meetings and just work in a 3D environment, which for sure it's more native to our understanding of the world, because like we are born into the 3D world and that's what we understand the best, and we like to turn our heads and see people in the room. And for instance, this webinar probably will be a little bit more engaging for everyone, and like feel more natural if we would be in one of those rooms and actually be able to see each other. But that's the future, because the Microsoft Teams, most of the companies are either using this or some other equivalent. So we will be moving into those meeting rooms, and I mean they allow us a better collaboration. You can see multiple people at the same time, but you can also just like turn to one person and say something just to this one person while still having the visual connection, which in a Zoom platform that we're using right now, it probably is possible, but it will require so many clicks that at some point you will just write them a message on your phone or something like this. So it's not the same amount, not the same level of connection. And those platforms, at least what the creators are saying, that they will still allow for those more random types of interactions. So the water cooler talk, or just like you're meeting a coworker just by walking around the room. So the things that we are missing while working remotely for in some cases, for some people it's going to be more than 2 years now, right? So yeah, very exciting stuff. And as you can see, the graphics of both of those platforms are pretty similar. They're also not photorealistic. They're more happy, comic looking graphics. But also important thing that nobody has legs, and that's one of the big issues with the sensors and the interfaces right now, that we have no sensors for legs. So you can recreate your hands and your face and your upper torso some way, but since there's no sensors on the legs, it looks pretty funny sometimes. And then some of the worlds that the entertainment worlds, the worlds that we know about, and we put here 4 of the most notable ones to just explain. So the Horizon worlds I touched upon a little bit already. But I just wanted to show it against the existing and very much thriving ones. So let's start with Minecraft. So just introduction. Both the Minecraft, Roblox, and Fortnite are existing open world games that they don't rely on NFTs. They are not a metaverse per se, like the ones that we were discussing before, but all have all of the characteristics to be described as a metaverse, because they have the community aspect, they have the collection of virtual worlds, and all that stuff. So starting with Minecraft, it has right now around 140 million active users, and it's been around for around 13 years. So the world is very much developed, and it's also a sandbox type of game. Means that it's open world, no certain objective, but very much focused on creativity and community. And there's also a strong educational aspect. And there's, especially during the pandemic, a lot of kids were meeting up in Minecraft, and a lot of teachers were holding classes in there. And there's a whole version, the educational version of Minecraft, where kids are learning to code and all that. And even that the game seems that the graphics are pretty crude, they really developed over time to have their distinguishable style. And then in terms of Roblox, similar active group of users, around 160 million. Also, that's a lot. The game was around for slightly longer than Minecraft, and today every second kid in the US with access to the internet is playing this game, and it is huge, and there's a lot of events in it. But I think the most important example of those games would be Fortnite, because Fortnite is kind of this phenomenon that it started from a free game, just battle royale type of game that you just battle your different opponents, but it evolved into a community. Exactly, it evolved into a metaverse. So right now, there's a lot of events being held there, and I will discuss that in the moment. But I think it's also important to notice that it's owned by the same company that owns Unreal Engine, and it's talking about the synergies in the metaverse. Like the development of Fortnite will fuel the development of metaverse, and vice versa. So there are real brands that you see on the streets that are entering into metaverse through different portals. And one very interesting area of that would be the apparel and the clothes. So I found this tagline somewhere, that the screenwear is the new streetwear, and I really like it because it really encompasses the kind of the zeitgeist of what's going on right now. And very interesting partnership was Balenciaga making skins or digital clothes for the avatars in Fortnite. Because when you're in the game and you're the avatar, you want to express yourself in some way. And the way that we express ourselves in the real world is also with clothes. So that's also what you do in the metaverse. So we see here Fortnite and Balenciaga, and then the Ralph Lauren and their event in Roblox, when they had just this winter wonderland kind of pop-up event on the ski slope, where you can buy the clothes and just dress your avatar in those. And I think for the fashion industry, well, that's a great advertisement. Also, you can sell your clothes without actually manufacturing them. So it's a big change of the kind of like paradigm of selling apparel, and of how we're going to be thinking about clothes in the future. And I think events, this is a really, really, really big thing, and Fortnite is doing it amazingly well. And two very notable examples from the last from the last few years is the Travis Scott concert in Fortnite. There was 27 million people that attended it at that time. But if you think also about the way that it's being streamed and how many people in total, I don't have the exact number, but just think about 27 million people, like almost 4 Hong Kongs attending one concert in one place. Like in real world, that's unheard of. But that's the scale of the events that Metaverse allows for. And it allows for stunning visuals, some things that clearly would not be possible, and that everyone has the front row seat and can interact with the avatar of the performer. And the concert in Fortnite, those two, so the Ariana Grande and Travis Scott, they were not real. They were not live concerts. They were kind of pre-recorded, and the moves of the performers were pre-recorded. But that's also changing. So the new events, I think the new Justin Bieber concert, that's already live with sensors and all that stuff. And
I think what's also super important, what we can see here a little bit, is that the artist can be in the middle of the audience or just surrounded by them. They can move around safely, and they can also be scaled up to the size that's clearly visible for everyone, which I think is often the problem in concerts, when it's hard to actually see the person. You see the screen anyway. And
so here everyone front row seat, and you can interact like that. This normally never happens because the security would already escort you out if you try to be like on the stage with the performer. So yeah, that's a very big change in that area. And again, now coming back to the apparel, but this is also talking about just the apparel and the change of mindset of the clothing company. So Nike recently purchased Artifact. Artifact is a NFT studio. They were making virtual apparel for different virtual worlds, but also just as NFTs. And Nike now they're ramping up their metaverse efforts, and they have the whole metaverse department now. They also partnered with Roblox to make their own world called Nikeland. So companies are really waking up to the opportunities that the metaverse will for sure give them. And yeah, well, I think that's a good example of how serious they are about it. And well, real estate developers are entering the metaverse, and this is something that we touched upon a little bit before. But I think it's also worth noticing that some of the, I would say, traditional or more conservative real estate developers or real estate-based investment funds are treating the digital assets as part. I mean, they're including them into their portfolios. They're treating them as something that will yield returns in the future. And this is another thing that's fueling right now the development of the metaverse, because like you see on the image on the left, the company called Republic Realm, that they're a real estate developer, and they're starting doing just developing the real estate in the metaverse in intention to sell them, but without concrete clients in mind. So actions like this, they develop the metaverse, because we have a lot of empty plots now, and the situation where people start to develop them mean that the whole world will be complete much sooner, and then the whole process can really ramp up. And just from architectural standpoint, you can have all of the style coexisting. You can have, like we said, no physics, all the fun stuff you can do, and it can at the same time make financial sense. So a lot of people that have a lot of creativity in terms of buildings, but need to either just do it after hours drawing, now can make it into their actual jobs, which is really exciting.
And actually,
well.
architects and designers have a chance to sell their work in the form of product rather than a service. Usually, a building, like any building, requires a large team and lots of checking against lots of regulations and getting permissions, but the cost of designing it is slightly bigger than just designing for the metaverse. So I think here we can explore our imagination, and
yes,
hopefully architects will start selling their work exactly in the form that they imagined.
Yes, and in here, the interesting shift in thinking would be that you can make a project that has no specific site, but in reality you cannot make the building without the site and just put it up for sale and say like, yeah, anyone wants this grand mansion that I just built. But in metaverse, you can actually build the building in certain metaverses and then just sell the existing thing. Like, you don't need to then go to someone else, like a contractor, or in this case a game developer, to develop this house for you. The architect can already design and build, and then just if someone wants it, they can pass it along.
Especially in projects that consist of regular plots, which is very rarely the case in real world. I think I don't think I've ever seen a perfectly square plot that has exactly the same one next to it, especially where you can multiply.
And okay, so here we land on Unreal Engine yet again. I think it's like third time in this webinar, but it is because it's so damn important. Like, it really is changing the game. And as we mentioned before, the same company owns Unreal as Fortnite, and they have a very innovative business model in terms of games. When you can develop your game in the Unreal Engine, but you only can start paying when you start making money out of it. And I think Unreal is gonna find out a way to also translate it into the metaverse rules, and we're gonna see increased development in metaverse also from the side of Unreal. And it's an important engine for us as architects as well, because we also use it sometimes for the virtual walkthroughs of the buildings, and it's getting more interoperable with our softwares. And one more thing that we wanted to mention here is the MetaHuman by Unreal. It's a whole software to design photorealistic humans and
people that don't exist in reality, but look as if they could. I think
yes.
the examples shown in this picture really are really believable. It would be, I could totally believe that this person exists somewhere, and it's
Yeah, could be, but I think this all points again to the promise of photorealistic metaverse very, very soon, which is really exciting. And then, okay, so let's talk a little bit, because we're kind of soon running out of time, but let's talk about the near future, of metaverse. And we say near future in here because, you know, the space is developing so fast that it's hard even to hard. We can discuss about 10 years in the future, but then it all becomes, you know, like Matrix and Ready Player One. But let's just talk about what's going on right now. So you know, the pop culture, like we said, portrays the metaverse as something very dystopian, but the metaverse will be what we make of it. Kind of, it's still in the very early phases of development, and we need to get a lot of people involved, you know, to get sociologists and philosophers involved to kind of make the rules of the new society, and they're being written down right now. And of course, as with every new frontier, every new world, like people try to create the ideal society, and we're realistic, and probably it's not how it's gonna happen, but the manifestos and different rules that people are making up for the metaverse could point to something interesting, that the general desire for the metaverse is to be, you know, like be open, to be democratic, for people to have equal access to it, for it to be transparent. So something that the internet is already pointing towards, but internet started in a slightly different time and in a slightly different context. So maybe you know, this time we can also learn some things from, let's say, the past mistakes, and let's see that maybe the decentralized idea in this particular context can actually work. And if we can also get past the hurdle of entering the metaverse and the hardware issues, the bottlenecks that we are facing, you know, like the new society can start to form. But like we said before multiple times, the metaverse is still in the early phases of development. So kind of what we do now could stay for times to come. And one trend that we see happening that could describe the way that the metaverse will be moving forwards is unification of the worlds, that we could be seeing one bigger world consisted of smaller worlds, not small worlds that are completely separate from each other. Because that's right now what's the situation, that you have different worlds that cannot talk with each other. In order to get into the other world, you need to exit the one that you are in right now. But it is possible that at least with some limited capacity, you will be able to walk in between the worlds. I'm not saying, of course, that you can, you know, use your weapons from Fortnite in a meeting on Teams, but there will be some way to walk in between those. Sorry?
Sometimes it could be useful.
Yeah, but maybe, you know, like you can keep your avatar, and your avatar will be the same in all the games. You will just get some different characteristics when you're changing the world. So some degree of connectivity for sure can be the reality of the near future. And then the mixed reality, it will be permeating into our daily lives, and the more mainstream it becomes, kind of the stigma would be lifted off, but also it will start helping with some like really mundane tasks, and kind of the way that we have the voice assistants now, like I don't know, Amazon Alexa. Right now it's only let's say 2D audio, but it could become something more of a 3D environment, and the metaverse overlay on the real world will start happening, and you would have the things that are lacking in the real world, you can actually outsource them to be happening in the metaverse overlay, like a digital twin of the real world. And this will allow for the work and the education to be kind of transcended, to be updated a little bit. So the professions, like let's say like ours, that require collaboration, sitting around the table, looking at the physical model, moving the walls, and the things that we did it in the past, the new collaboration will allow us to actually do all of this in virtual rooms, like you see in the top left corner in this presentation. And this will also mean that the remote work will enter into a completely different level of development, that you can actually get the best talent that you need, and you will no longer be excluded because of the place that you live. The only probably bottleneck then will be time zones. And homeschooling, which really grew to something of a mainstream situation during the COVID pandemic, will enter also into a new era where you can have tailored learning rooms for kids. You can also have a tailored schooling for each and every kid the way that they need it. And some of the jobs that were not possible to do before, you could be doing in the metaverse very soon. And then we land on the new types of wearables. So that's also something pretty exciting. I said before about that you have no legs in the metaverse, so we can see sneakers with sensors coming pretty soon, the improved VR goggles, or even eye implants, but some things that you would be able to see in the real world that will hint to you that this person, like has a increased presence in the digital world as well. And haptic suits. So that's something that we've seen in Ready Player One, but the new PlayStation, it will already have a haptic suit. So those things that make your experiences in the metaverse more full, they'll already be happening, and they will become maybe a little bit of a fashion statement as well. And then for I would say the final point, and something that would be one of the biggest revolutions we think in terms of how our lives and the way that we usually do stuff will change with the metaverse expanding, is the shopping. So the same way that e-commerce kind of revolutionized the way that we do shopping, and for instance, for me, like going to a store sounds a little bit exotic right now, and I don't remember the last time I did it. The website revolutionized the way that we sell, and then in the future, shops will have 3D environments the same way that they had websites now. So if you have a accurate scan of your body, you can just go into a virtual changing room, put on clothes that you like, and there's no reason to return them. Like everything will be really almost tailor-made for you. But then
some items may have their augmented reality extensions. For example, we may be able to wear a dress that's short, but then the augmented part is making it appear as if it has some, something more to be seen, which also actually creates may actually bring more people. It creates the curiosity of, oh, with these glasses, I see more than
exactly
this is, right?
Extension of reality, flaming t-shirts, all that stuff, like whatever you can imagine could be part of your clothing. And we could have mixed reality stores. So you have a normal store with an overlay of a metaverse on top of that. But we can also imagine new experiences of shopping. Like the shop doesn't have to be, a place with four walls, with racks of clothes and stuff like that. You can be shopping while gaming. You can be doing different stuff. You can have, a whole set of artificial shopping helpers that will just bring you stuff. And there's so many things that you can do that you cannot do in real world that you can do in the metaverse. And of course, there will be less waste. The whole process will be a little bit more streamlined, and you can do it in a completely different way. And one good example is it's also very early stages of development, but it's High Street. I think it's backed by HTC, and it's a metaverse based only on commerce. And I think we're gonna be seeing more of those, just worlds that are based purely on the metaverse. And all right, so I think we're running out of time. So maybe now, we will move to the Q&A. So I see actually there's a lot of questions already here in the log.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Veronica and Adam. Oh, Adam is very handsome. Okay, so so now is the Q&A section. So if you have any questions for all the online audiences, so you can, I already saw questions, sorry. Okay. Okay, the first questions from our audience is, can I upload a SketchUp or an AutoCAD file for my architectural drawing model? In addition to drawing skills, what kind of skills should I develop in order to embrace the metaverse architecture trend?
Oh, so actually, well, there are certain softwares that are, I think you can, but there are better programs that are, there are better programs that I think I would advise to use to create actually structures in the metaverse. Those are like Blender, which is free to use, open source software. 3ds Max, a little bit more, let's say, bigger version of Blender that costs money, but it's very powerful. Maya, and of course you can convert models from Revit or SketchUp, but they tend to glitch.
Yeah, and if I can add up to that, one sentence, the NVIDIA Omniverse, so one of the tools that we were discussing during the webinar, it actually allows for you to give inputs in many different softwares. So this could work, but as Veronica says, open source softwares, especially Blender, are more native to the metaverse, and they kind of feel more in the aligned with the zeitgeist of metaverse. This decentralized software. So Blender to me also seems like the best choice.
I think because of the nature of it, it will also be expand faster, the new tools, and will be more updated quickly. And it's also, it's very similar for those who are familiar with Revit, SketchUp, or 3ds Max. Blender is similar. It's the 3D modeling software. It's quite easy to switch in between. I think that first time, or for person designing something in 3D for the first time, it may seem difficult, but once you went through one of these programs and you got to know it, it's kind of let's say straightforward to switch to another one.
Interchangeable, like all the
Yes.
assets. Okay.
So and
So
then second part of the question.
We still have
yes.
So in addition to the drawing skills, like what kind of skills you think you suggest to our audience he or she should develop?
I think all of the XR related skills, if you can learn to start to develop things in Unity, but also a general creativity, because within architecture and the actual drawing skills, they're very much limited. And like we talked about before, the physics is the thing that limits it a lot. So I think just working on your spatial creativity, that will be a very important skill,
also
because I think
breaking the rules, because I think what most of the structures and buildings I currently see in the metaverse are trying, or not trying, they are just versions of buildings in real life. It's very rare to see something that actually takes advantage of the possibilities that metaverse gives us.
Can I say it is easier to create virtual architect now in metaverse, as you don't have to follow the physical rules, like or the regulations.
In many ways, actually, it's difficult because we are so used to what we see around us that actually creating something, it's really a process of learning how to engage in that design process. And that's why I think like experience of any kind of design is helpful here, because to wrap your head around actually no gravity, like what we can do, it is it's an adventure.
Okay, so let me take questions. Okay, what are the costs or any like regulatory restriction for doing a metaverse architecture project? So usually what are the costs of like?
Well, it's just the time spent, and you can use software like Blender, which is free to use. So I guess any kind of computer, PC or laptop that can run Blender, which doesn't have very high requirements. The metaverse projects, I'm talking about virtual worlds here, is they actually right now to run they consist of very low poly models, very light models with little detail. So the tools to design are not powerful. It's more like, I think the trouble here is actually how to design something beautiful with so little information in it, that's so light and has very little detail compared to what we're familiar with.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. And in terms of regulatory restrictions, for now, there's not that much regulation. I would say it's only the limitations of each metaverses that are limiting you in any significant way. Like when we were discussing the Decentraland, like they have a lot of limitations that I think stem mostly from the hardware and just basically the bandwidth.
And also, for example, like you have to understand that by walking in, as an example, Decentraland or Somnium space, because those are the live virtual worlds that I had a chance to walk around. And by walking there, you only see a plot, maybe a plot or two that are very close to you. So those that are further away load as you get closer to them. So building the tallest building doesn't make that much sense because you wouldn't even see it because of the perspective. So
not really matches the physical need, right?
Yes. So there are certain like height limitations that are probably I mean the height, like maximum of 20 meters is not that much compared to like the buildings that we're used to in Hong Kong, but I mean I think this will actually change quickly, and as with the development of hardware, bigger servers and faster software, it's
okay.
get better.
So there's not much regulation restriction, only on the bandwidth
yet.
Okay, so is there a team structure for future is Meta, and what kind of specialists do Metaverse business need? And I want to add in one more question, like other than building or giving out ideas on the virtual building, any other projects for future is Meta, like NFT collections, etc.
Well, we're actually currently working on a collection of 3D buildings And I think that will be an exciting new thing that hasn't been done before in the way that we're, I think we're trying to really use our experience from real life buildings and implement parametric design and hopefully more than that. And is there a structure? We're actually, our idea is to shift towards a DAO where designers will have something to say. And it's right now we're in the formation mode. So there's a few of us discussing how things should happen, but very soon we will be working on we're actually already working on a token, on the governance token, and that will enable more creators to work with us and participate in the company.
Any kind of specialties do the metaverse business must have?
Is it, Adam? Do you think there's
specialists?
Well, I think.
What's the question about specialists? Sorry, because
we are focusing on good quality design. So we want to create a community of experienced designers, architects, product designers, and people who really know how to create spaces or structures.
Yeah, but also you need people with a sense of some sort of regulations and ethics of what forms a regular city, because some of the things that we were experiencing with formation of new cities and societal problems we're going to have in the metaverse as well. So it is about great buildings and about innovative shapes and experiences, but it's also about making those things work and avoid future problems. And then of course, a lot of the roles that we're gonna need don't exist yet. So this question is very open-ended, because as the metaverse evolves, our organization will keep on changing. We will need new specialists to join, but also we will develop new ways of working, I guess.
Yeah, just keep evolving. Okay. Okay, this one. Okay, so any existing barriers for the metaverse to actually expand and grow or mass adopted by?
Hardware and entry points, definitely, because the Oculus is kind of the most accessible way to enter the metaverse right now, but it's still early. It's still heavy. You cannot have it on your head for a very long time. You have LCD displays very close to your eyeballs. Like this is not perfect. And then the bandwidth that you need and the hardware capacities to actually render the beautiful worlds that you enter in, they're also limiting it. And from my perspective, those are the two biggest obstacles that are.
I think what we've observed is that a month in this industry is like a year.
A long time.
Else. So I think we'll soon, the barriers are shifting very quickly, and we're getting to the point where we want to be.
Okay. So I think we still have 5 minutes. So what about we enter the networking sections? So I will now enable the chat room functions to all the online audience. So if you are interested to chat with Veronica and Adam, you can just type in chat room. Okay, grab your time. We still have 5 minutes.
I can maybe now mention that there was one question that someone just asked me before the presentation about metaverse projects built on different, because I've only mentioned those built on Ethereum blockchain, but there are more projects coming up this year that are built on Solana, for example. Projects like Star Atlas, and that are already quite developed, and they have their fully functioning virtual worlds, etc. And I think this year will be all about actually exploring different technology to be used for the virtual world to exist and be accessible with lower costs and faster transactions.
Especially when there are so many different chains now.
Yes, exactly. So I only mentioned the biggest players, but we have to remember that this is just the very beginning, and I think Solana-based projects are next, probably different chains as well.
So so right now we can like connect. We can use one entity across all chain, right? Like this building, you can only in Ethereum, and this one you can only in Solana.
Well, that's the question actually. How the cross chain wallets will work, and what tools to shift in between them. Will we choose one of them, or is there going to be actually some kind of a tool that enables moving in between? Because I think in terms of like NFTs, assets, like NFTs of images or buildings built on Ethereum. I think for now they remain in that ecosystem, but very soon we may see the transition in between them.
Okay, Kingsley. Okay, many thanks today. Just a quick question. So what are the challenges to develop MR application, mixed reality application from a development perspective?
So I think looking from our organization, so the software interoperability is a very big hurdle right now, because even though the platform like the Omniverse promises that is going to be seamless, it's still not. So going from the softwares that we are using into proper working mixed realities or any immersive environments is a challenge. But also the kind of the talent drain, that's a very big problem, because the biggest players, I mean, namely Meta, let's say, they are kind of erasing all of the mixed reality talents, and the developers of those experiencing, they're almost not available on the market. So for the smaller player, your kind of only way to get those things done is to learn it yourself. That's at least my perspective right now.
Yes, but it has been done in Hong Kong. HKU students, for example, developed an mixed reality experience in TST, which seems to be.
Yeah, of course, and I think it's fun to learn it. It's just like you need to do it. It's not that easy to outsource things anymore.
Well, yeah, I think there are a few companies that create custom experiences, but to have it on a larger scale, it's coming soon.
Okay, so thank you, Veronica and Adams, sharing with us today. So I think
thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much. I think that's pretty much of the
Thank
part
you very
3
much.
webinar. Yes.
Have a nice weekend.
Nice week all on audience. So I will now take a 2 minutes break. So we will set up again. So back after the break, I will do a quick summary of today's webinar content. And please also help us to fill in the feedback form so we can improve webinar content and arrangement next time. Okay, so thank you. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you for the great event. See you.
So welcome back all online audiences. So thank you for staying with us for 6 hours webinars today, the mixed reality convergence into the metaverse world. So a quick recap and summarize today's webinar content. In part one workshop, David, the game producer from Shamrock Studio, gave us the knowledge related to the application of mixed reality and augmented reality, also blockchain technology in gaming, opportunities or challenges on blockchain game integration. For the second part, Phil, the Chief Marketing Officer from LibreCon.io, tell us about the successful Metaverse project or platform, issues regarding the rising trend of Metaverse and GameFi, also some of the challenges for virtual gaming and blockchain. And our last speaker, Veronica and Adams, they talk about the future trends of Metaverse and also the mixed reality, how the convergence into the Metaverse actually going, some of the case sharing or study of the mixed reality and Metaverse, and also they share their perspective from an online and offline architect on the Metaverse. So here are some of the ideas shared from our speakers. So David, the game producer from Shamrock Studio, talks about cryptocurrencies and blockchain have become global phenomena in recent years. Blockchain gaming gives players complete control over the digital access they earn or gain through their participations in the games. It enables players to collect and trade in virtual assets, which they can exchange and trade across anywhere in the world. Recent technologies such as augmented reality are the perfect bridge to blockchain gaming. Our second speaker, Phil, Chief Marketing Officer from LibreCon.io, said that there is a convergence coming of blockchain, games, and the metaverse, which will change online entertainment and human connection forever. This presentation, he will brought us to look at how we got to where we are, how these areas are coming together, challenges faced, and where things might go from here. For our first speaker, Veronica, and also Adams from the Future is Matter. Future is Matter's team will mention the transformative technology advancement that come together to create the Metaverse experience. In the presentation, they mentioned different methods of placing 3D content in the next phase of internet. Also the 3D scanning process, digital modeling and scripting. They also analyze the current trends in commercial use of virtual world platforms. So we hope all the online audiences enjoys today's webinars, mixed reality convergence into the metaverse world. We hope to upskill you and also empowering you by showing you the knowledge of these kind of technologies. And before the end of the webinar, we will have 10 to 15 minutes. So please scan the QR code on the slide, or you can click the link in the chat rooms, direct to the form, direct to the feedback form. So please fill in the feedback form and we will revise our content rundown and also the further arrangement of our future webinars according to your feedback. So thank you very much for joining us today. See you on the next webinar.